fire is here. They who dream about the greatness. They were challenged to be here. All the eyewitness, the final battle. They come. They see. They conquer. Let's the burn begin. Break through the fire. Create an immortal. A champion will be born here. This, where we fight. Fall. Victory. Your fire, your honor.
Three, two, one.
hóa thân từ ngọn lửa bất diệt, chiếc cúp thiêng liêng đã xuất hiện trên sân khấu. Và chào mừng các huyền thoại sinh tồn có mặt trong trận chung kết giải đấu Free Fire World Series 2024 Spring.
Emerging from the eternal fire, the sacred trophy has appeared on the stage. Welcome to the explosive grand final stage of Free Fire World Series SEA 2024 Spring Grand Finals.
Hãy cùng chào đón 12 đội tuyển mạnh nhất đến từ 4 quốc gia: Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand và Vietnam.
Get ready to cheer on the 12 finalists from 4 countries: Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam.
Tiến lên như vũ bão trên chặng đường chinh phục chung kết. Họ là những ứng cử viên sáng giá đến từ Indonesia.
Surging forward like a storm on their path to the finals, they are the standout contenders from Indonesia.
Mang trên vai trách nhiệm phục hưng khu vực, giữ trong mình hỏa chí vĩnh hằng, cháy lên cùng hy vọng của người hâm mộ. Cùng chào đón bạch hổ xứ vạn đảo, Esports World.
Carrying the responsibility of revitalizing the region, holding an eternal fighting spirit, and burning with the hopes of their fans. Let's welcome the White Tigers of Indonesia, Esports Divine.
Có những lúc họ đánh bại cả những kẻ khổng lồ, nhưng đôi khi chỉ dừng chân ở top 12. Dù bao team đã đi hay ở lại, vẫn đứng đây vững chãi như một tượng đài, cùng hoan nghênh quái vật sinh tồn RRQ Kazoo.
There were times when they defeated the giants, but sometimes they made it to the top 12. Despite no matter how many teams have gone and come, they stand strong like a monument. Please welcome their survival beast, RRQ Kazoo!
Từng là bóng đêm với mỗi khu nhảy trùng, luôn là kẻ thứ ba trong giao tranh và là team cuối cùng sống sót. Hãy chào đón những chiến binh tinh tú Indostars!
Once a shadow in every contested drop zone, always the third party in fights, but stay the last team standing. Please welcome the Stars Warriors, Indostars!
Tới với chung kết bằng tấm vé cuối cùng, bứt phá diệu kỳ ở vòng về đích. Với tâm thế không còn gì để mất, kẻ được chọn liệu có làm nên lịch sử? Xin được chào đón nhiễm vàng bất tử Onyx Olympus.
Coming to the finals with the last ticket, making a miraculous comeback in the final round. With nothing left to lose, will the chosen one make history? Please welcome Onyx Olympus!
Và tiếp theo đây chính là đội tuyển mạnh nhất đến từ quốc gia Malaysia.
And next up, here comes the strongest team from the nation of Malaysia!
Chưa giải đấu nào thiếu tên họ, không thứ hạng nào họ chưa từng trải qua. Thành tích là thứ họ có, duy chỉ có cúp vô địch thì chưa. Hãy cùng chào đón đại diện duy nhất, tinh hoa của Malaysia, Expand.
team is never absent from any tournament. Achievement they have plenty, but the championship cup still eludes them. Please welcome the sole representative, the pride of Malaysia, Expand!
Đến với chung kết với đội hình đông đảo nhất, xin giới thiệu các chiến binh đến từ Thailand.
Entering the final with the most formidable lineup, let's welcome the Warriors from Thailand!
Được mệnh danh là kẻ đứng đầu trong những đội mạnh nhất. Đây chính là thử thách cuối cùng nếu họ muốn bước tới ngai vàng. Hãy cùng chào đón những kẻ chinh phạt King of Booyah, Buriram United Esports!
Known as the leader among the strongest team, this is their final challenge on the path to claim the throne. Let's greet the kings of Booyah, Buriram United Esports!
Tấn công như vũ bão trên Kalahari, quét sạch như sóng thần tàn bạo trên đảo quân sự. Xuất hiện thật hoành tráng, chiến đấu thật phong cách. Một tràng pháo tay cho cơn lốc đỏ Rivers Red!
Sweeping through Kalahari like a storm, crashing like a tsunami on Bermuda, full of energy and battling in style. Give it up for the red calamity, Rivers Red!
Hiếm ai thoát được móng vuốt của chim ưng. Tuy vòng bảng chưa trọn vẹn, nhưng chức vô địch sẽ không lỡ hẹn. Cùng chào đón những đứa con của bầu trời, Team Falcons!
Rarely does anyone escape the grip of the Falcons. Through the group stage may not have been flawless, they won't miss out on the championship. Let's welcome Team Falcons!
Từng bị nghi ngờ là đại diện yếu nhất của Thái Lan, Limits tới và cho họ điều còn thiếu. Với lối chơi tấn công mới là cách phòng thủ tốt nhất. Họ chính là những vị thần đang tức giận. Attack all around!
Once doubted as Thailand's weakest representative, Limit has come to fill in the missing pieces. Offense is the best defense. They are the angry gods. Attack all around!
Sở hữu tuyển thủ xuất sắc nhất thế giới. Sức mạnh của họ được cổng trời ghi tên, viết lên huyền thoại, tạo lại kỷ nguyên, một cho tất cả. Star Wars Esports!
Possess the world's MVP. Their strength knows no bounds. Making legends. Open up a new era. Give it up for Star Wars Esports!
Và cuối cùng, những huyền thoại mang trong tim màu cờ đỏ, sao vàng. Xin giới thiệu các đại diện đến từ Việt Nam.
And finally, the legends carrying the red flag and yellow star in their hearts. Let's introduce the representatives from Vietnam!
Một đội hình hội tụ những thiên tài bậc nhất, luôn sẵn sàng va chạm, sẵn sàng giao tranh, sẵn sàng cho cả vị trí cao nhất trong ngày chung kết hôm nay. Họ chính là những chiến binh sao vàng P Esports.
A lineup of the brightest talents, always ready to clash, ready to battle, ready to climb the top spot in today's final. They are the Golden Star Warriors, P Esports!
Với sức mạnh vượt ngoài lãnh thổ, với cái tên vươn qua cả biển lớn, họ khiến cả khu vực phải nghiêng mình, làm địa cầu phải rung chấn. Cùng hô tên họ thật lớn, biểu tượng của Free Fire Việt Nam, WAG!
Their strength knows no bounds. Their name echoing across seas. They command respect throughout the region, shaking the every earth.
Chào mừng tất cả quý vị và các bạn đang đến với ngày chung kết bùng nổ của giải đấu Free Fire World Series SEA 2024 Spring tại thành phố Hồ Chí Minh, Việt Nam.
Welcome all to the grand finals of Free Fire World Series SEA 2024 Spring in Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam.
Quý vị thân mến, giải đấu Free Fire World Series SEA 2024 Spring được tài trợ bởi nhãn hàng Yomos tại Việt Nam.
The Free Fire World Series SEA 2024 Spring Tournament is sponsored by Yomos brand in Vietnam.
Và quý vị thân mến, trên sân khấu lúc này chính là 12 ứng cử viên sáng giá nhất cho chiếc cúp vô địch. Họ mang trên mình tinh thần chiến đấu như những ngọn lửa bất diệt, bùng cháy cùng lòng kiêu hãnh và danh dự. Đó cũng chính là thông điệp đúc kết của giải đấu năm nay. Your fire, your honor. Vậy thì các bạn ơi, chúng ta hãy cùng dành một tràng pháo tay nồng nhiệt nhất cho 12 chiến binh xuất sắc nhất của chúng ta, được không ạ?
Your fire, your honor, where the fighting spirit blazes like unstoppable flames, fueled by pride and honor. Standing on a stage right now are the top 12 contenders for the championship cup. And let's give these players a big round of applause to fire up their spirits!
Và đến với trận chung kết Free Fire World Series SEA 2024 Spring ngày hôm nay, chúng tôi rất vinh dự khi được đón tiếp những vị khách quý cũng như nhận được nhiều sự ủng hộ của tất cả quý vị khán giả đang có mặt tại nhà thi đấu Phú Thọ, thành phố Hồ Chí Minh.
And at the Free Fire World Series SEA 2024 Spring Finals, we are honored to welcome our distinguished guests and grateful for the support from all of the spectators present here at Phú Thọ Stadium in Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam.
Và quý vị thân mến, chúng ta hãy cùng dành những tràng pháo tay nồng nhiệt nhất cho sự hiện diện của quý vị đại biểu và quý vị khách quý. Xin được trân trọng giới thiệu đại diện Cục Thể dục Thể thao, Bộ Văn hóa Thể thao và Du lịch. Xin được trân trọng giới thiệu ông Đặng Danh Tuấn.
Representing the Sports Authority of Vietnam, Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism, we are honored to introduce Mr. Đặng Danh Tuấn.
Về phía thành phố Hồ Chí Minh, xin được trân trọng giới thiệu
From Ho Chi Minh City authorities, we would like to cordially introduce
ông Nguyễn Ngọc Hồi, Phó Giám đốc Sở Thông tin và Truyền thông thành phố Hồ Chí Minh.
Mr. Nguyễn Ngọc Hồi, Deputy Director of Ho Chi Minh City Department of Information and Communications.
Ông Mai Bá Hùng, Chủ tịch Liên đoàn Thể thao Điện tử thành phố Hồ Chí Minh.
Mr. Mai Bá Hùng, Chairman of Ho Chi Minh City Esports Federation.
Về phía Garena, xin được trân trọng giới thiệu
From Garena, we would like to cordially introduce
ông Châu Quê Trân, Phó Chủ tịch Garena.
Mr. Châu Wei Chung, Garena Vice President.
Ông Jason Ưng, Phó Chủ tịch Garena.
Mr. Jason Ng, Garena Vice President.
Ông Harold Tell, Giám đốc sản phẩm Garena.
Mr. Harold Thel, Garena Free Fire Producer.
Ông Vũ Chí Công, Tổng Giám đốc Garena Việt Nam.
Mr. Vũ Chí Công, Garena Vietnam Country Head.
Và quý vị thân mến, chúng tôi cũng xin được nồng nhiệt chào đón các vị khách quý đại diện EA, Google, Apple, tập đoàn Mahaka đến từ Indonesia và các quý đối tác đã đến với chung kết giải đấu Free Fire World Series SEA 2024 Spring ngày hôm nay.
We also warmly welcome representatives from EA, Google, Apple, Mahaka Group from Indonesia, and other valuable partners to Free Fire World Series SEA 2024 Spring Finals.
Và quý vị thân mến, không biết là quý vị đang cảm thấy như thế nào ạ?
How do you feel right now, everybody?
Mọi người có thể làm cho không khí tại nhà thi đấu Phú Thọ của chúng ta bùng nổ hơn nữa được không ạ?
Oh, wait. Can you ask everyone this for me? So, who comes from Ho Chi Minh City? Raise your hand.
Quý vị thân mến, ai đến từ thành phố Hồ Chí Minh? Mọi người giơ tay và hò hét xem ạ. Wow, có quý vị nào đến từ những thành phố khác Hồ Chí Minh City không ạ?
Anybody else from other countries or cities? Let me see your hands.
Chúng ta cũng có thể thấy được một tinh thần đã rất sẵn sàng rồi. Quý vị đã sẵn sàng chưa ạ?
Are you ready for the grand finals tonight? Everybody, hit up!
Và quý vị thân mến, ngay bây giờ là khoảnh khắc mà tất cả chúng ta mong chờ nhất suốt 3 tháng qua. Đó chính là trận chung kết giải đấu Free Fire World Series SEA 2024 Spring sẽ bắt đầu ngay bây giờ.
And right now, it's the moment we have all been waiting for the past 3 months. It's time for the grand finals of Free Fire World Series SEA 2024 Spring Tournament is now started!
Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam, May 2024. The time with the highest temperature of the year. And the Free Fire World Series SEA 2024 Spring Tournament continues to raise the heat even higher with the finals week happening. 12 teams, but who will be the first to win and claim the trophy of a completely new interregional tournament system? Heed the call of ultimate glory, always striving tirelessly, who pursue the unthinkable, bringing explosive emotions to their fans, as well as pride for themselves and their teammates, even if it is an unequal battle, even if they have to fight with everything they have, even in the most difficult circumstances, they will always look towards each other and will never give up. We will always march forward. Twelve teams from Vietnam, Thailand, Indonesia, and Malaysia competing for 2 days of the point rush stage, collecting points, and preparing themselves for the finals on 26th May. Free Fire World Series SEA 2024 Spring.
Your fire, your honor. 20 days of battle, 120 booyahs later. We are here, baby. The grand finals of the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Spring 2024. And we too are your very happy casters. Very honored to be here beside you, Mr. Neptune. My name's AJ. I am the Mustachio. Together with Neptune, the gentleman Garcia, we are gonna rock your day on the mic. I cannot wait for the 6 battles that we have ahead of us.
I really felt the fire on this battlefield on the grand finals, especially with how heated it is on the last day for the Free Fire World Series. I mean, it's so much excitement. The setup has been so long. Imagine 6 weeks off the knockout stage plus 2 days of point rush, and here we are on the grandest grand final for Free Fire.
Step by step, each and every single one of these events are just getting more and more exciting. I cannot wait to see how much more bigger does the Free Fire esports world grow. But we are not going to grow without the growth of our players out there on the battlefield. We still have 12 teams vying for that one spot. Yes, $100,000 is a fantastic bonus, but everybody is eyeing to be crowned as the kings of Southeast Asia. This is the inaugural FFWS SEA, so everybody wants to be that #1 team.
Yeah, and we are looking as to who will be grabbing the lion's share of the prize pool. As AJ mentioned, it's $100,000 that is at stake, and that is what everyone is aiming for. It's a hard reset for everyone, even after the few days of point rush. This is where it really matters. That is where all the moolah will be going, and as you go down, it just goes down with them as well. So hopefully they can get to the top.
And how do they get to the top? By climbing up the leaderboard. Each and every single booyah you hit, you walk away with 12 placement points. And of course, if you get that second, you only get 9. You minus off 1 point for every single consecutive following position until 11th and 12th. Unfortunately, you get nothing down there at the bottom. But if you do manage to pick up a decent number of elimination for your squad, then you get to add on those points. 1 point for every elimination.
And once you have all those points, and just in case a tie will be happening, we got you right there. We will be calculating based on the number of booyahs and then the total elimination. And if that is not enough, we are going to the survival ranks for the final round where no one will be tying up.
Absolutely. And of course, fingers crossed, we do not have any tiebreakers. Can you imagine where there's no tiebreaker, and then we add on the points that we picked up from point rush day 1 and 2, and then we end up in a tiebreaker situation, and then that person eventually ends up being the winner? That would be a crazy scenario to end up in. I'm looking forward to a couple of situations like that. I'm sure you are too, Neptune. But the 12 teams that do not want that to happen, they just want a clean win. It's going to be Bermuda United Esports, Team Falcon, Stalwart Esports, Attack All Around, and Reverse Red, all 5 teams from Thailand. Indonesia has got representatives from RRQ Kazu, EVOS Divine, Indostars, Onyx Olympus, Expand, the only team from Malaysia, and of course WAG and PE Esports from Vietnam.
And this is the result of what happened from the past 2 days of point rush. Bermuda United has topped it off, both days being the #1 with a total of 16 starting off when the grand finals. Team Falcon is right there following them with 11 points. Reverse Red, who was sleeping and having a tummy ache on that first day, managed to grab 6 points and still on that #3 spot, tied with the points with Indostars and Onyx Olympus. For PE Sports though, they didn't have so much of leeway for that day #1, but they managed to get a few more points in day #2, and it's a reverse for Team Expand. But as we go down, this points from the point rush stage, they need to forget about it, because what matters is for every match that they get in the grand finals, that is what will add up.
Absolutely, Neptune. And of course, we have got the 12 teams, followed by EVOS Divine leading the charge here alongside their brothers from Indonesia, RRQ, Indostars, Onyx. These are all survival bees in the grand scheme of things.
Yep, definitely. I mean, we need to find really who will be the predator and who will be the beast out of this teams right here. But despite of everything that happened in knockout stage, even point rush, we are still looking for some teams who will be moving up. Reverse Red, this team really has we have assumption as to why they didn't perform on that day number 1 of point rush, but they broke that on day number 2, and I guess they will be doing that as well all throughout the 6 matches for today.
I see new hair colors on the Reverse Red boys, so perhaps maybe on the first day of Point Rush, they had just finished coloring their hair. And you know, when you go to the hair salon, you just feel a tad bit sleepy, right? Maybe they ended up a little bit sleepy on the stage, but on day 2, obviously, they bounced right back. But one team that has been on the hustle from day 1, unfortunately, kind of faltering on day 2, but still managing to pick up a total of 6 points. That's the one and only Indostars.
I love the aggressiveness that Indostar is showing, but at some point, the aggressiveness is just their downfall at the games, because the rush that they are doing is where they get the elimination point, but at some point they are being outsmarted, even outgunned by the other team. But once we have 18 deer in the battlefield, he's often the ones in front of everyone.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. 2.2 on the average headshots, 1.9 on the average eliminations. 18 deer is definitely lethal out there on the battlefield, most especially because of the Tatsuya. Ever since the addition of the Portal Go as well, he has been pretty deadly, but not as aggressive as the team in front of you, Reverse Red, the team that made a huge comeback. And of course, I don't know if this is a fair comparison between the Indonesian squad as well as the Thai Giants, because Reverse Red, their stats are just on a totally different level, right? 8.8 on the average eliminations and 9.0 on the assists.
Yeah, I mean, this is where Reverse Red is doing quite well in the battlefield. They don't really care much on the placement point as long as they get a lot of elimination. They can even beat the ones in number 1 or get that booyah in each match. And who is in the lead for all those engagement? It is Diamond right now with headshot of 2.5 as well as 2.7 average on the eliminations. Currently 3rd on the rankings though, wearing that 8-1-2-4. Oftentimes he is untouchable.
At the moment, Indostars is above Reverse Red on the overall leaderboard of the points picked up at Point Rush. But if we look at the group stage, Reverse Red, they were your number 2 team. Okay, they were the second strongest squad. Indostars, on the other hand, they were on the second half of the top 12. They were the team in 7th spot, a team that is not as powerful when it comes to the engagement. So that's why you see, oh my goodness me, do we even need to show this? That's why you see a overwhelming sense of dominance from the numbers that Reverse Red is chugging out here. Once again, I don't think this is a apple-to-apple comparison. This is a David and Goliath comparison.
Yeah, David Goliath, and let's see if it will be coming to a biblical end, because at some point Indostar shows so much potential, and we did point out every day when the Point Rush and Grand Finals will be starting that everything goes for a hard reset. Knockout stage, yes, there are some troubles, there are some demotivation at some point, especially if you're being taken down early into the game, but in the Grand Finals, you start out everything with nothing, and this is how they want to play out all throughout the tournament. Tatsuya, A124, and Homer has been the characters that has been used in active skill department.
Absolutely. A124 Homer, the disabling capabilities that these two characters bring into the battlefield, absolutely priceless. On top of that, you can also purchase a secondary active skill card from the vending machines, which just makes them super abused out there on the battlefield. But of course, if you want to buff yourself up, perhaps bringing Joseph in or one of these 3 passive characters, right? The Awakened Andrew for the extra bit of defense, as well as the defense stack that you get when the rest of your team members bring him in, is absolutely invaluable. And Nairi's Ice Iron is going to bring you a long, long way.
Yeah, speaking of long-range engagement requires information. That is what Arvin has to offer. Thus, number 1, 3,003 times used, and it is a go-to for everyone in this battlefield. Together with Dreki, once they are healing up, they can be spotted and easily gunned down. But you wouldn't do that easily without that Beeson with the long range that they have. And speaking of long range, we also have some long range and short range engagement that has been happening all throughout the tournament. And the weapon of choice for the teams are Drogon, Woodpecker, and the Bison.
Absolutely stretching the limits of every single player out there. The Trogon, the Swiss Army knife of Free Fire right now. It's a burst shotgun. It's also a grenade launcher that does get a decent amount of range in. You do not want to be dealing with the Trogon no matter where you are. But of course, all 5 of these maps will definitely feature those guns to get those highlight moments. We start things off at Bermuda, heading into Purgatory for Game 2. Alpine will be map number 3, Kalahari and Nexterra, not to end the day, but just to bring you to an end of the map rotations. We go into Game 6, we bring in the randomizer, we bring you back to one of these maps, but absolutely random it's gonna be, so Lady Luck might smile upon a couple of squads out there today who we just don't know yet.
Yeah, let's see how big the smile is, or would everyone make her angry, because at some point that is what we're looking for, especially in flight path as we head over in Bermuda. But as we look in the top 3 teams right now, Reverse Red's leading pack all throughout the knockout stage. They grabbed 4 of those booyahs, 174 on elimination and 302 in the points. And the king of booyahs though is just second to them, being beat with elimination. Is this what we're talking about for Reverse Red? They really don't care much on the placement. They go in for elimination, but just in case it will be given to them, they will take that booyah.
I see attack all around here as well, but I definitely want to focus on the 4th team that I've got in my heart, and that's WAG, baby. That Vietnamese squad is definitely very proficient on Bermuda, and this is that home ground advantage that we have been talking about all throughout the knockout stage. The biggest question was, were we going to get Vietnamese squads within the grand finals? And obviously, WAG and PE Sports, with so much of hustle in week 5 and 6, made that a possibility. Now they've got the extra boost, the extra adrenaline pump from all of the audience sitting down in front of them. Dude, I'm pretty sure you saw it too. Those huge drums are out there. Those drums are liberation, are to pump up the adrenaline for all of the Vietnamese players, not just WAG.
Yeah, that is, hopefully that is the case for WAG and PE Sports, but at some point, you're in home ground. A lot of people from your region, from your country is watching you, and the pressure is also there. So we'll have to find out which one will be coming out, especially on the first match that we have. But I love the energy. I love what we're seeing right now, because everyone is here cheering on their representative, their country, their teams in this all-out battle.
Yeah, I mean, I totally understand where you're coming from, Nep. Some people are going to be a little bit nervous, but imagine if you've got your crush sitting down in the audience. Yeah, you're nervous, but you're not going to drop the ball. You're going to make sure you hit it right out of the park, and you are the MVP, not just of the match, but of the grand finals. That's exactly what each and every single one of those players on PE Sports and WAG needs to look out for, because they've got more than their crushes. They've got their moms, their dads, their brothers, their sisters. Everybody is in the audience, and very, very important people are watching this grand final. So if there is a day for you to perform, and if you are Vietnamese, today is that day. But of course, for the rest of them, the world is watching Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, everyone and the Free Fire universe, I would say, is watching them, because this is an introduction as to who they will be facing in the next stage, the Esports World Cup. And not even that, this is also a preset on what is coming up after that. So there's a lot of eyes in this battle, and looking forward to that. But you, going back to your statement about family being there, like, if I am a dad of those kids, I would be proud of what they've done.
Oh, I mean, no doubt at all, right? From the days of, you know, video games don't get you anywhere, to the days of video games not just earn you a living, but video games make you a millionaire. That's exactly where we are. I mean, those are no fake diamonds on Moshi's ears every single time he steps on up there to the stage for an interview. Speaking of which, the Kings of Booyah might just take the stage multiple times, but we are all geared to see if that happens on Bermuda as we head on in for game number 1, baby. I'm just curious as to where our dearest Miss Flight Path is going to be leading us through as we hit the map.
We know what we're asking for, both of us, AJ. A cruel flight path, but it seems right now doesn't need that. They want a flight path that would cut down in the middle. So let's see what will be given to us for the teams right now. Bermuda, the OG map where everything is started for the Free Fire world. Let's see as to how it's going to start off. Where will it be coming from, and where will the teams be dropping, as we will be shown a little bit of, I
Not
would
bad.
say, a little bit skewed on one side, but still in the middle.
Not too bad. Not too bad in the grand scheme of things. Probably if you're trying to reach all the way out to Keratin, you might be a tad bit challenged. You'll have to drop just beyond peak or perhaps just outside of Cape Town. But there's not too many teams who are going to be aiming for that. Indostars will find their quick drop into Sentosa, whereas Stalwart goes spreading out to 3 different locations. Factory, you've got them at Mars Electric as well. This is a very risky play out of Stalwart, but I think they are going to go unpunished for sure.
Yeah, I mean, in between them would be a revival. I mean, 2 of them will be revival platforms. So I think they have that covered. They have that plan. But let's see who will be meeting up. Some of the teams right now at Riverside will be occupied pretty much the same as what we've seen from Stalwart Esports. They are spreading out, but RRQ and Expand is starting it off, and Hit would be running away. That is Ma'al, but there's no sight of where the teammates are.
Ma'al must be the scouter. And Hanger must have been the second location where RRQ would have thought to rotate out to. But what a headshot. Ma'al takes down X-Roy. Axel circling around. The patience gameplay. Ma'al just did not have enough firepower to deal with 2 players back to back. Onyx Olympus, on the other hand, at peak. And this might just be the peak of their troubles as we start off at Bermuda, because Buriram United inside, progressing with their loot, and it looks like Buriram is all ready for an ambush, and they were just waiting for Onyx Olympus to step in.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, we have seen this happening in the Point Rush days. Of course, sure on what will be happening right now, but Onyx Olympus showed so much potential, especially on day number 1. But Czech and the rest of the team needs to plan this accordingly, find out where the enemies are from side of Buriram United, and the 2-2 split might be working for Buriram United right now. It's not an a full-on rush coming from Onyx Olympus. They are slowly moving in. They might give time for Buriram United to set up.
Wasana double vector!
Oh, what?
But Moshi and Funa on the ground. Wasana double vector actually works out. Dropping check. The 2 players on the ground. Ooh. The third one gets taken out as well. Get high with the Mac-10. Bye-bye, Buriram! Says Onyx Olympus, your 12th place team to make it into the final week has gotten rid of your number 1 king of Booyah. Talk about a great start to the grand finals.
The King of Booyahs in the first day of the first match of Grand Finals has been dethroned. And let's see how this is going to happen this time around. 14 Falcons. They are going second and third from knockout stage up until this moment, but they are taking down Expand one at a time. 2 eliminations already, 14 Falcons. And as we can see, they are going in for a hunt as to where the remaining players are. But quite surprising how Buriram United fell there, and because Onyx Olympus did buy some time that could have been taken advantage by Buriram United, but I guess we are not looking at the Kings just yet, or probably they're just warming up.
Only Buriram United Esports can go all out, take 16 points from Point Rush, and on game 1 itself say, hey, you know what? We don't need this head start. You take it right back. You take the head start points right back. We will do it with 5 games. I just want to see how they pull that off. No doubt at all, they are capable of that. 5 Booyahs in a day, no stranger to the one and only Buriram.
Oh, definitely. And PE Sports right now is also getting a few more points against Expand, and Attack All Around's doing the same from a distance. So Team Expand right now is being gunned down by 2 teams. Not a good way to go, but hopefully they'll be able to get away. Attack All Around, though, moves in for a flank, not really going in for the push just yet, because they saw a few of the teams from PE Sports going for that run, and they might not want it yet this time.
Attack All Around just refuses to punch, and they go right in for the annihilation. PE Sports, they are anticipating an ambush here after being shot at from Attack All Around. Now, what Attack All Around does not recognize is there is another threat within the compound of Clock Tower. That's Expand. 1 revival has been brought through already. Where does that player even drop in?
That is the biggest question right now, and this might be the saving grace for Expand because earlier they were just the focus of PE Sports, but with the tackle around right here, they might be able to distract them and pull their attention to their side. Crime is doing his best to hide away from PE Sports, but there goes Jump LBT right now, managed to pull out a glue wall, and Crime with a 180 didn't work so much, and he goes down from the hands of LBT.
Yeah, great play by LBT and the Bison. Sustained fire and great footwork to jump away using the glue wall to block away a couple of shots before sidestepping once again and getting the knock. And a beautiful drop. And now RRQ joins the party as well. Maybe we say goodbye to Expand right here, right now. RRQ Ma'al circling around. Axel gets dropped. Fi is taken out. And that is just unfortunate for Expand. One after another. Teams beat them down and take them out in the 11th spot.
Yeah, I mean, they had no choice right there. They drop in the same, like pretty much the same spot that they were earlier, and they don't have any arsenal. They don't have any weaponries on them, and they're still being guarded by two teams. But here comes RRQ Kazu going in, or might be going in for a third party against a team of Attack All Around and PE Sports. We've seen that rotation coming from Attack All Around earlier, going in a different direction, and then pulling out Portal Go to get a better take advantage in that spot. So let's see if that will be happening. But as we watch Stars and WAG, Lean wasn't able to go in quietly in this point.
Oh my goodness, these teams are just way too close to each other. WAG out in the open. Now 18 Deer and Squad, they've got a vehicle on their side as well. Raz drives it straight up to the compound of Krillin and Cyrus. It's a 2v2. But the rest of the WAG players, they quickly circle around. Ghost tagged up already. No elimination just yet. Oh, what a shot! M82B! And he gets the tag. And all thanks to that M82B, they do manage to knock the player down, buy a little bit more time. Stars, the rest of them are here to knock on the doors of Krillin as well as Cyrus. But Stars unable to take that access in just yet. Onyx Olympus dropping by to say hello as well. WAG in a lot of trouble.
I'm feeling the grand finals right now. We don't see this too often where in the team is just going and hunt other teams who's fighting, and this is where it is going down. Onyx Olympus now in a hunt for WAG, and the split that they've done is working for them because Stars wasn't able to go in for the rush, but there goes the grenade launcher taking down Cyrus as well as Deck, and there goes another revive happening, so there's still hope for WAG just yet.
Yeah, smooth eliminations coming through from Onyx Olympus here. Like you said, WAG pumping in the revival in the nick of time before being removed from the equation. And they become the elimination leaders. But they have just asked for a little bit of a challenge. And Stars meets that challenge. 18 Deer instantaneously dropping Jack. Now, that's a big loss for Onyx Olympus because Jack was the one with the grenade launcher.
Yeah, grenade launcher has done so much of damage right here when we thought that they have forgotten about this. But let's see on how things will be working out right now. Team Falcons is outside of next phase, and Tackle Round is just waiting up. But going back to this engagement, I guess everyone else apart from Stars has already left this area. UAV didn't spot anyone, and Onyx Olympus is in quite of a distance. But I think they are being spotted by Reverse Red as well. They were very, very quiet.
Maybe they may have been a portal go that was used. And I think I do see a portal go out there. Reverse Red appearing as well. Now Onyx Olympus in a lot of trouble. Because Exposy is pretty smooth when it comes to those woodpecker shots. And it looks like they're not even going to be waiting for a lot of time. Straight away giving away their position. He's a little challenging with those shots, and he knows he's giving all of those challenges with a little bit of confidence here because the backup from Reverse Red is just there.
Yeah, it's just there in the bunker. They have good cover and doesn't have to go out using that portal go. They have the vehicle for two of the players, and then they can set up an approach later on, and let's see if the UAV can spot them, and that might be the direction where the team of Reverse Red will be going. But I guess they're just going for a drive-by to get a better location. They're not really chasing out Onyx Olympus yet.
And it's just patience play by PE Sports now. Rotating in, the UAV scans them out. And Stalwart being gate kept by PE, who have a great vantage point. Stalwart Esports, the damage from Circle 2, not going to be too great. At Circle 3, in a couple of seconds, will pile on the damage, which gives the advantage to the place of PE. But what a shot. And now the portal go as well. New going in for the shutdown. With 77 HP, stop appears as well. The Drogon popping in all of those grenades, and now PE Sports in a lot of trouble.
I love what Stalwart Esports did right there. The flank has been done by 2 players, and then the portal go being used by Du, but Du went down, and that pushed out PE Sports from this engagement. LBT and Don't Cry still needs a little bit of revive, and Wangan just came back from the battle. And let's see if he'll be able to sustain and survive this battle, though, as Attacker Ran has fought them as well. And they have one of the best compound that they can take in the next phase of the circle.
This is a very smart play by PE Sports. Narrow ran into the circle. Wang An actually took the portal go and went outside the circle. Managed to bring in a revival as well. Very, very smart survival play by the Vietnamese squad. But the question is, how much can they now do? The team is spread apart. Narrow's definitely going to get taken down. He's in the wide open. He has got no backup. He has a few glue walls, but there are just so many glue walls that you can pull out when you're all alone. But he's going to have to do his very best. Don't Cry meets WAG, the Vietnamese teams, taking each other out. And this is just painful for PE.
Yeah, they were looking for an advantage earlier when they were taking down Expand, but right now with the introduction of Attack All Around as well as RRQ, it might be very difficult for them. A huge churn being done by those dropping in from PE Sports, and they will be leaving the battle for Attack All Around and RRQ. Though Keroro hasn't come back just yet, it might be an advantage that RRQ can be taking.
Indostars right behind PE Sports. Could this be the end of PE? But as we focus in on the fight between RRQ and Attack All Around as well. Attack All Around have got the vantage point, but up against the grenades though! They just needed one more Bay High. And Leglord does follow up with his own nade, limit down on the ground. But Purgatory has got the grenade launcher. A reversal. Purgatory takes himself out. Now the advantage for the team of RRQ.
Good glue wall being pulled out to pick up 2 of the players, and Jump God right now recovering from that as well. Let's see how it will work in this instance as they're just waiting for those glue walls to expire and heal up. Recovery is being done. Monster Truck might be a saving grace for them as cover, but Limit will go down as well from the other side. So RRQ just stepped out of the building, and let's see if they can spot on the 2 Attack All Around players who's in here.
And Attack All Around backs away. WAG out in 10th. PE Sports still hanging on with 2 players. Indostars have not ambushed them just yet. Poon God with the grenade launcher. Question is, how many grenades does he have in his back pocket? A Bay High. Circling in. RRQ spots out. Attack All Around once again. They get the information. A Bay quickly backs away. Calling in the reinforcements. Ma'al on the left-hand side flank. In the meantime, Reverse Red from up top. They spot out Evos Divine. The White Tigers now about to go from Predator to Prey as Reverse Red with the vantage point. Exposy tossing in all of those grenades. The glue wall melters come on through, but Saming caught by Coscu as he tried to get away. Nameless with a quick recovery. But Evos Divine not swooping in to take advantage just yet.
Oh, this is a battle of colors right now. Red versus white versus green. But we are seeing a few eliminations already with 8 teams remaining and Onyx Olympus in the lead. And the battle is just about to be more heated as everyone is being squeezed in together. Exposé has went down and Saming is just hunting in for the Indostars who's dropped in this compound. And Saming will need to be recovered, will need to be picked up. Only 2 remain.
Reverse Red, but Indostars out already. This is insane. Reverse Red about to be ambushed. He was Divine, finally moving on in. They got the job done. This is like shooting fish in a barrel. Evos Divine, the luckiest team out there. They get 3 eliminations off of the Reverse Red and out in 7th. What a advantage taken by the Indonesians.
And Reverse Red should have known because that's what they did in Indo Stars. And that was just a revenge from the same region. Now, let's see if that will be happening later on once again. As Falcons right now, Peter is in trouble. The only one remaining, 6 eliminations, 4 out of him. And let's see if how can he get away from Evo's Divine, who's chasing him.
Dude, P Esports is still alive. And they've got a 19% possibility of walking away with a booyah here. Evo's Divine trying to shut down Team Falcons. Peter still alive? What? Unfortunately, Abex from afar with one solid shot takes him out of the equation. PE just needs to stay silent, but G'day finds Don't Cry. The finisher is there. Don't Cry out of the equation. PE with the final player. Wang An spotted out. He's on the prone. And the rest of the Evo's Divine players appear, and the circle will damage him with Dew taking the elimination. Now Stalwart up against Evo's Divine. This is Thailand up against Indonesia for the first booyah of the day.
Stalwart Esports, 3-man strong. Do stop and Siphon not stopping at all. But Abex might be its target right here. But Do has been stopped, and 2 of them is going in for the rush. Let's see if they'll be able to go into the rescue. And Siphon still alive and kicking, but Stop has been stopped overall.
Yeah, great glue wall pulled out by Cypher! A sliver of health, but they're all down. Evo's Divine, 4-man strong. The White Tigers maul their opponents for the first booyah.
First off, before that final circle, they fought against Reverse Red, even spotting the Green Falcons, Team Falcons earlier, but they managed to survive, 4-man strong, and managed to grab the booyah.
I mean, what a game, what a play by Indonesia. And this is what we're talking about, right? They are the survival beast. Indonesia is so proficient at keeping quiet up until the midway game and then sneaking away the booyah when you least expect it. And they have not consistently performed throughout the whole competition, but that's not what it's all about. When you get to the grand finals, all of that out of the window. We just won 6 games, and Evo's Divine are screaming loud and proud that they can provide for those games.
Definitely, I mean, that's already 12 points on the placement, and it just so happened that they don't have, or they didn't get so much on day 2 of Point Rush, and only got 2 on day number 1. So overall, just an additional of 2 points, but it doesn't matter. They have eliminations, they have the placement right now, they started off hot, and I guess by this, they can even, in numbers, beat Buriram Not United.
Oh yeah, no doubt at all, man. This is a brilliant fight coming through from Evo's Divine, making Indonesia really proud. The question is, how will Buriram bounce back from this one? Very rare, very, very rare do you actually see the Kings of Booyah walk away with 0 points. I mean, thank heavens they had the 16 bonus from Point Rush, because else they'll be dead last on the leaderboard at the moment.
Yeah, they can be kept in the middle, and then they just have to recover later on. But again, this is Buriram United that we're talking about. Even if they lose 1 or 2 matches, they have that potential of grabbing a few more towards the end of the day. But a lot of teams have shown so much difference compared to the knockout stage, even Point Rush, and I love how it's turning up. They did the homework in a short amount of time, and they are applying it right now. And is that enough? The time that they have from yesterday up until today, is that enough for them to be victorious?
I mean, Nep, yesterday, Evo's Divine, they ended Point Rush Day 2 with 0 points out of Point Rush. Of course, they picked up some points through the 6 games, but from the Point Rush perspective, they got nothing. And they walked in here with only the 2 points that they earned from day 1 of Point Rush, but they have made up for those 2 days of faltering with one solid start to the day. And this is what we're talking about. It does not matter if you are Buriram. It does not matter if you are capable of pulling away 5 booyahs in the day. Can you do it all today? That's the biggest question. And clearly, Indonesia's off to a hot start.
Oh yeah, definitely a very hot start for Indonesia. And so, not only that, even Onyx Olympus showed so much in that battle, and I love the excitement that's being showing. And I guess it's more of every time they go in and eliminate a squad that happened, But I would say it's very risky as well because we saw earlier that there are a few teams who's just waiting for the engagement to finish and then they jump in, taking down the opponent. So you need not to be celebrating a little bit early into the battle.
Most definitely. And Onyx Olympus was doing so well in this game, overshadowed by the fact that they did not get into the top 3 squads. They got taken out a little bit early, but their eliminations, the overall eliminations that they picked up in this matchup should be able to save them a little bit in the overall grand scheme of things. And Indonesia should have at least 2 of their 4 teams in the top 5 for sure.
I really love how it's going to turn up right now on the standings because yes, we will be looking into how they made it into that first match, but how does the point rush like the head start points affect everything once it has been applied? So that is where the issue is, but we know the Bermuda United is still afloat in the middle. But let's hear from the team who grabbed that booyah. Eagles Divine will be in here together with our host, and we'd like to listen to what they have to say.
Absolutely.
Quý vị thân mến, quý vị thấy trận đấu vừa rồi như thế nào ạ?
Everybody, how do you feel about the previous match? Is it intense enough?
Một không khí rất tuyệt vời đúng không ạ? Và quý vị thân mến, trên sân khấu ngay lúc này, Tuấn Đạt và Quỳnh Anh rất vinh dự khi được gặp gỡ với các đại diện đến từ các đội chơi của chúng ta, và chúng ta sẽ cùng lắng nghe những chia sẻ của họ ngay sau đây nhé.
Hello everyone. So, Esports Divine, hi. Can you say hello to the audience, please?
Hi.
Oh my god.
Xin chào mọi người. Rất đáng yêu ạ.
Okay. A simple questions to open our interview. How do you feel about the atmosphere here?
Apa yang kamu rasain di stage ini?
Senang dan bahagia karena bisa sampai sini.
I'm happy because I be here.
Tôi rất hạnh phúc khi tôi đang có mặt ở đây tại trận chung kết ạ. Và Duyên Xuân thân mến, câu hỏi thứ hai mà em muốn đặt là gì?
Congratulations on your first booyah of the match today. So we received our first booyah. What is your goal today in the grand finals?
Apa goals kamu, apa target kamu di grand final ini?
Champion lah.
He said I want to get a champion. They have to get many points as possible.
Mục tiêu của chúng tôi đến đây là trở thành những nhà vô địch thưa quý vị.
And then, if you guys having the championship title and also the ticket to the Esports World Cups, what will Esports Divine do after this?
Apa yang mau kamu lakuin setelah ini? Main konsisten kah?
Ya yang pastinya main konsisten sih.
Objektif.
Kita mau ngalahin yang ada di drop zone kita.
Oh wow. He said, I want to play consistently, objectively, and I want to beating my enemy. Because we have the same drop zone. Oh, with enemy.
Reverse. Red. Thailand.
Reverse raid.
Chúng tôi đang ngắm đến reverse red bởi vì chúng tôi có cùng một khu nhảy. Đó là lý do tại sao họ chính thức trở thành đối thủ của chúng tôi. Và tất nhiên rằng là nếu như có được chức danh vô địch và cả tấm vé đi Esports World Cup, chúng mình sẽ cố gắng luyện tập thật nhiều và thật kiên trì. Và tất nhiên là sẽ không ngán bất kỳ một ai mà đang chặn đường chúng tôi cả.
Đúng là tinh thần của những chiến binh, đúng không ạ? Chúng ta hãy cùng cho các bạn một tràng pháo tay thật nồng nhiệt được không nào? Thank you very much for your sharing. Và quý vị thân mến, chúng tôi xin được kết nối với các bình luận viên ngay sau đây.
There we have it. We have Evo's Divine grabbing that first booyah of the day, and I was thinking like how much he wants to grab that trophy. It's very, very close to him, and they're very close to be in that spot as well because they grab a few or even more points than the Kings of Booyah.
Yeah, I heard the host telling them before the show started, do not touch the trophy until you're the champion. But you just want to tempt them a little bit, right? You want to motivate them like, hey, you see, it's so awesome, right? Make sure you hustle quite a bit. I mean, there was a lot of hustle from Evo's Divine there. Not only did they manage to get the booyah, it was a very decent game from Evo's Divine because we know the Indonesian teams are capable of staying silent for a long, long time, sneaking away those booyahs, not really extravagant on those eliminations. But this time, they still did manage to whoop away, I believe, 10 eliminations in total for a decent amount of points. 22 in total from game number 1. They just need to be as consistent with the rest of their matches for them to walk away with a decent amount of money, perhaps even the trophy that was close to them.
Yeah, and the ones who will be the MVP in this battle would be Ray. 2 eliminations, 1,380 on the damage, 1 headshot, and 3 knockdowns. Steffi is back in play, and I love how they're changing it up. This might be the key for success because everyone else has already known how the different characters can be countered.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And that's exactly what we had at a prolonged period of the knockout stage 4. That's exactly why we had Point Rush 4 as well, so that you can go in there, experiment as much as you want, even go in and focus on a couple of roster swaps before you get into the week where you play to determine if or not you can be the kings of Southeast Asia. And Evo's Divine, just one of those teams that have found that, you know what, grenades are a problem in this match. And that's why you see one of the rare occurrences here where Steffi is going to be brought in. Ray prefers to play on more of a defensive setting. And this is like what we talked about, right? Indonesia, they love sneaking into that final circle, not really getting into a lot of tussles, but then, of course, walking away with a booyah. They want surety over explosive rounds like what the Kings of Booyah is capable of.
Yeah, and right now, as we can see the characters, there's no hint of Tatsuya at this point. So there's really no rush that will be happening, more of a very methodical approach in every engagement. And we saw that earlier into the battle as we go in for the stats for each, for individual players. Aim God and G'day, 3 eliminations each, adding to the 2 more that Evo's or Ray as well as AVAX had. And this is really adding up to that 10 points that will be added to the 12 for the Booyah. And another thing is they have the 2 points from Point Rush Day. So I guess that's sold 24 points.
Absolutely, man. And of course, come to think of it, this is actually the 2nd overall Booyah Evo's Divine is taking on Bermuda. So this is a very rare occurrence from the Indonesian team. But before we continue on that particular point, Saifa Ma'al, Jack Peter, Aim God, they all get the spotlight as well for the eliminations. But it's not a very heavy elimination game. You don't really see the 10, 12 eliminations being stacked up here. You also don't see multiple players from the exact same squad. This was a very slow start to the day. And I don't know if I like the pace because for me, Free Fire equals insane gameplay. I want to see more of that.
Yeah, I mean, one reason why the elimination is not that high as well, because earlier when we were watching the matches, it's like team going against team, and then afterwards another team will be waiting. So one would be cut in really getting in so much of those elimination, those knockdown. But as we look right here, even Jack had so little revive, meaning that they were able to survive a little bit longer compared to what we've seen before, which is 4 revives. And that would be the, I would say, the middle. There's 5, if I'm not mistaken. That's the highest.
Absolutely. And of course, we saw the Drogon in action multiple times, serving up those grenades as well as headshots to all of their opponents out there on the battlefield. Woodpecker and the Bison making it into the top 3 weapons used as well. The Bison and the Rate of Fire really sustain some pretty elongated battles, unlike what the Drogon has to do, where you have to be quick on your feet. The Bison, you get to spray. You don't even need to pray. Evo's Divine.
No need to pray. Definitely. I mean, no one's praying at this point. But go ahead, AJ, for the game standing.
Absolutely, man. 22 points. They hit the Booyah, 10 eliminations. Stalwart hot on their heels right behind them. Question is, what could Stalwart do in the overall grand scheme of things for the overall leaderboard? We'll have to wait and see. Onyx Olympus, this was the shocking one, right? 12 eliminations, the most eliminations in the lobby. And they got taken out so early, but still able to sustain all thanks to those engagements. 17 points in total for them.
Yeah, and RRQ Casa with 16 Falcons though they are usually going in for a second this time. They will not be getting that on team rankings, but because of that head start points, they were able to catch up. So this only shows how important it is, because earlier we were talking that it's not that high, but let's look at this. Even Buriram United is cherishing the moment of not getting a point, but still in number 8.
Absolutely, man. You know, point rush definitely makes a difference, especially when you're looking at only the points from 6 games. Anything can happen in these 6 matches. Battle Royale is all about that element of surprise, that element of randomness. The randomness starts from the flight path. It leads into what you can find on the battlegrounds in terms of loot. It leads into who you're going to come across as the random circle drags you from one end to another end of each and every single one of the maps here. And not every squad has full mastery over those maps. Not every squad knows exactly what their opponents are going to do. You have to react instantaneously to every single unique situation out there. EVOS Divine have successfully done it this time, but can they keep it up? History tells us that they might face a few hiccups as we move into Purgatory.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Purgatory is the home ground of some of the teams right here, and that will be the team like Buriram United and Team Falcons, as well as Reverse Red. So it's quite tough to really think they might be able to do it, but they did it in Bermuda. So why not take Purgatory as well?
Well, I think it's all up to them. But thus far, they have not had a single booyah on this map out of, I believe, 15 games played. So that could be a slight indication. Talking about booyahs, these are the teams that are more proficient at picking them up, right? Teams like Buriram, Falcon, but Reverse Red has no booyah. They just do have a solid number of eliminations on this map that keeps them abreast, right? And this could be a very big problem as well, because even if Reverse Red is not going to go for the 12 points, you still have to be fearful, because it's a very strong team when it comes to the rotations, especially when they find those vehicles early.
Yeah, and I don't think they will be sleeping all day long at this point. They are alive. They are heated up. They want to grab the point. Not only that, they want to move up to take the prize pool that they can take depending on how high they have. So that is why the chase is starting right now. And let's see how it's going to turn up. Purgatory will be our next map right now, and the flight is about to begin in a bit. One question though, AJ, will this be a rough or will this be a kind flight path once again?
Well, my funny bone's not tingling just yet, so I think it's going to be a kind flight path. I don't think the mother flight path would like to torture her kids so early in the day. Perhaps maybe when we move into a map like Kalahari, then we can see her throw a tantrum due to the excessive heat. But of course, jokes aside, let us see exactly where our dearest Miss Flight Path guides us through as we bring the players straight into Purgatory, game number 2 of our grand finals.
And as the curtain opens, it's still a kind flight path, as we have teams like EVOS Divine already dropping in. Team Falcons and RRQ already left the plane, and let's find out as to how they will be positioning themselves. EVOS Divine though might be meeting up with Indostars. We're seeing that in campsite, but they played safe at this point, leaving one behind just for safety reasons. And we have attack all around, and Team Expand going in straight in Brazilian. Another early engagement for that team.
Oh my, I think Expand is aiming for the heads of attack all around. Now, we've always seen attack all around and Expand drop into Brasilia ever since the knockout stages whenever they play together. The difference is Expand usually drops onto the top part, the north side of Brasilia. They don't drop at the bottom. They know the bottom belongs to attack all around. And I think because of the unfortunate incident in game number 1 where they got taken out with just 1 point in hand, Expand now is getting a little bit aggressive, looking for early points. They have to be careful they don't make a mistake.
Speaking of early points already being taken by both teams. Stalwart Esports and PE Sports, and Saifa goes down. Wangan is the counterpart that will be taking that, and it's only 2 remaining though for that team, and revival has been done for PE Sports. So Stalwart Esports need to keep distance themselves as we look for other teams who might be battling Pungad a little bit too close from RRQ. This might just be a bait to pull them in to the rest of the team.
Purgatory might get lucky. Oh no, their team members gave him the information that Purgatory was waiting on the opposite end of the zip line, so Attack All Around will not claim a free elimination. And as I talk about Attack All Around, I also see that they have managed to R1 scan out the compound of Expand as they try to peel away. Attack All Around finds a bay high. As they disengage with Expand, they get a little lucky with RRQ. Well, as long as they can pick up some points from a safe distance, Attack All Around is gonna take it.
They are just waiting for that opportune moment so that they can grab a few more elimination. The spread right now might be risky as we look at it, but we know that Attack All Around can fight back. They've already pushed out RRQ Kazu from this compound, and with only 20 seconds remaining, everyone else from the surroundings will be waiting or finding their place as well. Eliminations is happening right now in the chase between PE Sports and Stalwart Esports, already paying up. They have been eliminating leader, but here comes LBT, the backstab against Caramel, and the Caramel has just melted, grabbing their fourth elimination. And Ski Lodge will be left for them, but no, Wang will be jumped and will be taken down. Du will be the guy to make this work, but don't cry, trying to go in for that pickup, but Du was able to hide in the compound as well.
PE cannot afford to lose this one up against Stalwart. They have to make sure this is sorted out instantaneously. Stalwart Esports currently sitting on the 4th spot in the grand finals. And PE Esports, obviously, not only are they looking to climb up, they're looking to stop and remove the other players as well. But Du manages to pull away those revivals and still gets a knock onto Nero. Of course, it's not going to get the elimination as Don't Cry is there for the backup. But Du has already completed his mission. The revival is strong, and the rest of the Stalwart players will be able to play the continuous game as long as they can stay away from the rest of PE.
Well, PE Sports is different this time around. They have 5 elimination compared to the previous match in Bermuda with only 4. And we're only on the first phase of the circle. Evo's Divine, though, slowed down. Well, actually, they have been doing this for quite some time. And I guess they will need to maintain this so that they will be safe and probably grab another one. But don't cry! We'll be grabbing another head with the name of Cypher from Stalwart Esports.
Dude, PE is going to thank Stalwart by the end of this game. 6 points now Stalwart has given them. So it is a situation PE will very, very gladly welcome. As far as Team Falcons is concerned, they are looking for the hunt onto RRQ. But the player is not stopping by to play with them. They're actually going to go in for the pursuit.
Let's see if they can find them. And the chase is on. There's a long time that we've seen this long of a ride coming from the team. But Falcons right now will be backing away. They don't want to be at risk of being gunned down later on. And Team Falcons will just find a better place to look for, if not wait for the enemy.
Yeah, good decision by Team Falcons. You don't want to get baited in looking for 1 point and then you lose your opportunity to get into the final circle, lose an opportunity for your booyah because you got greedy for just that one elimination. But he was Divine once again, stepping it up. Kadei gets traded right back. Jump God, a sliver of health. Ray is there to help him up, but he is gonna back away first to play the inhaler and the reversal on the other side. Up against 3 players. Ray is gonna meet Jump God on the very corner of the fence. Jump God has the Bison, backs away and does not return fire. Karoro looking to play the pincer. Ray backs away, double glue wall around him, and now he's in a sticky situation. Aim God on the way to help him out. Here comes Apex as well, but tagged up by Karoro and the Trogon. Poon God, Karoro both knocked down. Jump God, the final player to help out the squad. Ray is there, but Attack All Around snuffed out in 12.
Evo's Divine getting the motivation and momentum from the previous booyah that they've taken when we thought that they will be taken down. It's a good thing with the movement and a little bit of ankle breaker moves. Evo's Divine managed to survive. Let's see, and who else will they be crossing over? But as we go into the side of Onyx Olympus, they have a good advantage point at this area on the cliff. But at some point, once they spot an enemy or they have been spotted by the enemy, they might be hit right ahead with the long engagement.
RRQ early engagements for them did not turn out too well. And that was courtesy of the team that just got eliminated by EVOS Divine. So technically, EVOS Divine helped RRQ out here with a little bit of revenge gameplay. Speaking of the Divine players, Ray brings that revival! And Stop had an opportunity, but Don't Cry played the reversal with the Woodpecker from down below. And off screen, EVOS Divine is losing players one after the other in a civil war up against Indostars. Can they continue? Answer is no. Indostars player will not be going in for the pursuit just yet, as EVOS Divine very quickly backs away from this compound.
Yeah, Evo's Divine just simply vanished from the map and might have used a portal go, which is a smart move, especially if they don't know where the opponents is coming from. Or we also seen a little bit of like on the horizon, a little bit of shadow from a different team, and they don't want to be pinched. They want to cross over onto the other side of that bridge and find a safe spot. But Bermuda United, there might not be any safe spot for WAG as they beat them to the edge and they are being gunned down.
Oh, portal go. Wasana straight up to the roof, gets tagged up from the back. Very quick inhaler usage. WAG backs away as Get High approaches them with those grenades. Still manages to tag up Cyrus. And that's not going to be a problem for WAG for the time being. But Wasana with the RGS 50 from up top, damaging those players all at the same time. Wasana now, Trogon, jumping down, Get High, backs away, and he pulls in the flank from the right, goes on the ground. Wasana finds Krillin as well. WAG losing one player after the other, with Dolphin out as well. One final survivor. Can WAG pull in a revival before this is over? Answers no. Cyrus had no time to use the pocket market, and WAG out once again too early.
Yeah, a little bit too early for my liking. But this is just Bermuda United trying to give a little bit of payback to those teams who brought them down in the same situation. Onyx Olympus, though, a little bit of passiveness coming from them. Not so much of aggression. They don't want to risk what happened earlier as well. Despite of having a few of those elimination, they were taken down with only 5 placement points. But check is setting up against RRQ on the rooftop and just finding out as to which part of this house they will be staying.
Very safe play coming through from Onyx Olympus, and I truly understand where they're coming from. This is the team that scraped through. This is the team that just absolutely almost got annihilated and not allowed into the final week of play, but showing up strong in Point Rush as well as the grand finals. Jack with a Mag 7. Circling in alongside Gardu. Tags up the players first. No elimination. Multiple glue walls brought up by RRQ. Gardu trying to break them down, but they have to be very careful with the timing here. They broke it down, and out came a ice grenade from the side of RRQ. Jack on the other side with the bumps of those Strogon. The grenade's not finding the connection, but he steps on in. Leglot tagged up and keep out from the back. M1887. Here comes Onyx Olympus now to snuff out RRQ. RRQ has nowhere else to run.
Nowhere else to go, nowhere else to run, and back again. Shooting a
GG.
fish in a barrel, and there we have it. Onyx Olympus has done a number on RRQ. One was managed to get away, but still didn't survive. And RRQ says GG to everyone.
Onyx Olympus on another level today, but PE Sports, the comeback! They spot out Stalwart once again. Caramel flies away to safety. Wending machine play. 1,900 full team revival for sure. And Stalwart is back in action.
Even outside of the blue, there's still hope for Stalwart Esports. And for PE Sports, they have been aggressive chasing down a lot of teams. They are now the elimination leader. 19 remains, and we are now on the third, going to the fourth phase of the circle. In those stars, though, they are losing their aggressiveness because of how they failed earlier in the Bermuda match. But if they cite keep their sight on their stalwart esports, they might be able to shoot them down from far.
Oh, this is a big fight for Onyx Olympus. Team Falcons now. Spotted them out already. Going in for the rotation as Jack is found by one more. Boy, just got brought back in. And Kiba once again with the revival onto Jack. Buriram on the other hand, finding Reverse Red very early. Reverse Red picking up all those points earlier might have meant absolutely nothing based on what Buriram can do to them right now. Circling around. And Diamond still alive and kicking Saming. Finds one up on top, but Moshi too slippery for him. Breaks the glue wall, backs away. Saming can't find one just yet, but has the M82B. Moshi shows up with AWM, but flies away. The sniper battle with the CQC. Moshi says, bye-bye, sir. Disappears from the action.
Explosive has been gunned down, nameless right now, almost taken down as well. Diamond has been picked up, and only Saming remains, the ones in the rooftop. And it is just pure carnage that we're seeing right now, especially as Buriram United is on fire. But Buriram United needs to get away from keep their distance against Reverse Red and probably take a peek using those snipes, getting back, and the vehicle has been used by Reverse Red to get away. But on the other side of the map, we have PE Sports going against Expand, and Expand has lost one already. Let's see if they can fight back.
Expand, please don't take out the home ground owners here, Expand. They have done well thus far, but Crime and Axel, they do not heed to my call. Don't Cry trades out Axel. Reverse Red in the meantime eliminated. All thanks to Buriram and their crimes moments ago. Fires, the final player up and alive for Expand. Up against 2P Esports players, but LBT got knocked down by the circle. So it looks like it's Don't Cry up against Fires. Fires turns around, Bison, but Don't Cry wins out that engagement and Expand out in 8.
Out in 8, and for PE Sports, they have 16 elimination, but they need to recover fast right now in this approach for recovery. And who's waiting for them would be 6 more teams. So let's see how will they make it work. But with elimination itself, I think that is a lot that they can do in the points already.
My God, this game is insane. Let's see if PE Sports can make a comeback here. No vending machine, I believe, in or around the final player's location. I'll have to hope for a miracle at this point. Buriram, on the other hand, is playing it safe right down under the bridge. Onyx Olympus spotting out. Dew backs away. Sci-Fi right behind, but he doesn't want to engage. Sci-Fi is so blessed because nobody saw him just yet. But Funa shows up from down under. They manage to take a knock. Dew steals away the elimination on Gardu. Buriram not happy with that, and they back away outside the circle, making a very low rotation away.
Cypher has been spotted from afar and still being stolen by the team of Onyx Olympus, but Funa is still making way to make sure that they pay back. And Onyx Olympus has been taken down right now, 12 elimination, and still probably 4 men make that 3-man strong. Buriram United is on their way to grab the Booyah. There's no other that might be very close to take that. But speaking of close, Falcons, who has been very close to them from knockout stage up until point rush, is right there as well.
There's no way PE Sports has a 21% capability of winning this Booyah. That is insane. Buriram, on the other hand, 28%. The highest possibility to walk away with a Booyah in game number 2. And I just want to know how many placement points PE Sports sneaks away. How long can that player stay away from all of these others that are roaming around on the battlefield? And looks like Team Falcons have finally found their prey. Coach Hill backs away. One more with the shots out of the AWM. Coach Hill only has the Drogon to play with. He does not have the distance just yet. Whips out the Woodpecker. Liam supporting him from the back, but Buriram taking pot shots at them as well. Don't Cry out in the open. He has to stay very quiet, very silent, but here comes Wasana. Wasana spots out Don't Cry. 1 shot, 2 shot. Oh, the glue wall play so beautiful from Don't Cry, and he still survives the onslaught.
Survivability at its finest. Let's see if the distraction from above will save Don't Cry at this moment. This is happening. The battle between Team Falcons and Buriram United might save Don't Cry. And how will he sneak in? In a few, the circle will be closing, and the Must Truck will be providing a little bit of distraction for Buriram United. And let's see if Team Falcons can go in for rotate in this battle.
Come on, don't cry. Show us your survival capabilities, sir. Vietnam, everybody cheering for PE Sports for Don't Cry. Whereas it's Buriram, 3-man strong, going up against Team Falcons, who are looking to sweep away the throne from the Kings of Booyahs themselves. Funa, everybody chucking in those grenades. It's going to be the ice grenades that brings in the couple of damages first. Peter with a mini Uzi rushes in for the slay, misses the opportunity. On fire, backs away alongside Coscu. Peter is all alone, but he finds Funa. Moshi traded out. Funa drops Peter. Peter not picked up just yet, but it looks like Team Falcons should be able to dispose of Wasana. What a trade around with the headshot. Coscu goes down. Buriram finally loses Wasana. One player left, but PE is still alive.
And Don't Cry was able to steal one with a grenade, but no, the 1v1 didn't work. On fire! Managed to survive, and it is now a 1v2, and Don't Cry will be in the battle. Peter is recovering right now, but Don't Cry is not yet over with this, and the rotation right now by Peter will beat the plate of him, but no, Falcons! 2 players strong, grab that booyah.
They grab the booyah, but say goodbye to your number 1 spot, because Don't Cry is the MVP. Don't Cry is the champion of Purgatory. Not only did he survive for so long, they could have been taken out in the 8th spot, but he survived for the squad. Everybody else were losing their life one after the other. This solo survivor, not only did he stay alive, but he also snuck away 1 grenade elimination in that final circle, got a knock with the Trogon as well, and he threw so much of sand in the eyes of Team Falcons. Buriram lost their life. He almost walked away with the most superb victory, the most superb booyah for PE Sports. He didn't, but I'm still not going to complain. Sorry, Team Falcons, you just got overshadowed.
Don't Cry right there, staying silent, though he was spotted earlier. But still, the battle that we were expecting would be Team Falcons and Bermuda United because of numbers as well as the noise that they have been doing all throughout. But let's not take it away from Team Falcons. Coscu, Peter, one more on fire, and Cougar right now. The Booyah takers of game number 2 of the grand finals. Let's see how can this bring them up on the leaderboard.
I mean, it's definitely going to bring them up on the leaderboard, right? Because EVOS Divine got taken out a little bit too early. We saw that both EVOS and Team Falcons were tied up for that number 1 spot with 24 points each. Team Falcon picking up a solid 12 from the Booyah. With the 9 or 10 eliminations that they had, they get a similar sort of game for the previous Booyah takers, EVOS Divine, and that should allow them a great jump up. But the biggest question is, where does PE Sports stand? Because PE Sports just hit one of their biggest games. I have never seen PE Sports be that lethal out there on the battlefield prior to this.
Yeah, let's see on how that is going to work on them, because so far PE Sports haven't grabbed any Booyah just yet. And if you remember, just in case they're very, very close, or if it's a tie though, then it will still be Team Falcons that will be taking the lead because of just that Booyah. But that is great stride that has been done by PE Sports, especially with the number of points they grab from or after 2 matches, and that is just home ground advantage, as you say, AJ. They have that motivation. They have to make the country proud, the region proud, and that's what they're doing right now.
I mean, first of all, they've already done them proud. This is just the cherry on the icing. You gotta love it, man. PE Sports, what a survival play. It was a very early engagement between them and Stalwart Esports. Stalwart did not luck out because PE went on a slaying spree. 6 eliminations just off of Stalwart players. Later on down the line, EVOS Divine would be challenged by Attack All Around. Right after Attack All Around started torturing the players of RRQ as they were backing away from Expand. Now, Expand didn't get the total wipeout, but Attack All Around, on the other hand, they didn't get very far in this game as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that is something that they regret really doing. But again, there's a lot of pressure being felt by the teams right here, especially as a lot of teams has been improving overall. We keep talking about data and numbers coming from knockout stages, but it has changed because there's not so much of pressure compared to how you're going to, like, it's different pressure. It's different pressure from this time in the grand finals compared to when you are playing so many days in the knockout stage.
Absolutely. And of course, down to the very final second, Buriram made their play in that. They wanted to go for the booyah. Unfortunately, Peter took out one of their best survivors, the blessed slinkers in the final circle. Moshi was the first one to be troubled, and then the survivor, Don't Cry. He had the Trogon, and he almost got the shot onto Peter. Only problem was On Fire was there. He brought out the backup in the nick of time, and the Woodpecker sorted them out, right? That 2v1 was the downfall. If it wasn't for that, PE Sports, I would have lost my mind if PE Sports had gotten the booyah, okay? That was a beautiful game for Vietnam.
Definitely very, very beautiful. And even from the beginning, like the way they're going in for the engagement, getting away just in time, going into final circle, it hasn't been done the best. But we're going to go in to the interview right now of Team Falcons. Let's hear what they have to say.
Cảm ơn các bình luận viên. Mọi người đã mang đến một không khí rất tuyệt vời sau trận đấu ạ.
How are you guys feeling right now? Is it intense for you? Then let's moving on to our interview with Team Falcons, Cozy Kui. สวัสดีค่ะ
สวัสดีครับผมคอร์สคิวจากทีมฟอลคอนอาร์เนมเอ้ย
Hi everyone, I'm Cos Q from Team Falcons. I love you.
Các bạn trong Team Falcons vừa gửi đến chúng ta một lời chào rất là đáng yêu. Đúng không ạ? Một tràng pháo tay cho các bạn đến từ Team Falcons ạ.
Oh, so a fun questions. Does Cozy Kui knows any Vietnamese word? รู้คำอื่นของภาษาเวียดนามอีกไหมคะ
สินเจ้า
Một lời chào rất đáng yêu. น่ารักมากนะครับ So lovely.
Then moving to the second questions. How do you feel about your feeling when you're standing on this big stage to perform to everyone here?
รู้สึกยังไงคะในเมื่อตอนนี้เรามาได้ยืนอยู่บนเวทีใหญ่ได้แบบว่าโชว์ฝีมือให้คนที่นี่เห็น
ตื่นเต้นมากครับคนดูเยอะมาก
I feel very excited because too many audience here.
Tôi cảm thấy rất hào hứng khi mà tôi có cơ hội được đứng trên một sân khấu vô cùng hoành tráng như thế này ạ.
It's really happy to hear that. Then my final questions for you, Cozy Kui. Do you feel that after 2 games, PE Sport is something dangerous to your team?
คำถามสุดท้ายเขาถามว่าเมื่อกี้เราผ่านเกม 2 มาแล้วเรารู้สึกว่าทีม PE Sport อะเริ่มอันตรายสำหรับทีมเราแล้วหรือยังคะ
อันตรายครับ แต่ก็ยังไม่เท่าไหร่
Quite danger and need to keep an eye on but still so.
Bình Anh vừa mới đưa ra một câu hỏi mang tính rất là thách thức với Team Falcons rằng là sau 2 ngày thi đấu thì các bạn nhận thấy đội PE Sports như thế nào? Các bạn nói các bạn cũng rất là dè chừng, các bạn cũng rất là nguy hiểm với chúng tôi, nhưng mà chúng tôi cũng sẽ chiến đấu hết mình cho mục tiêu của chúng tôi ạ. Một tinh thần rất tuyệt vời của những chiến binh đúng không nào? Khop kun mak nakap. Thank you very much for your sharing.
Thank you so much for our previous interview, and I wish you guys that you guys can achieve more booyah and to other team as well. Good luck, everyone. Now, let's head back to our casters.
Và chúng ta hãy cùng kết nối với các bình luận viên ngay sau đây.
I'm so happy, so honored, so blessed to be here shoutcasting this competition. Damn, bro. I want to be in Vietnam right now. It looks like that place is lit. The energy is just so alive. Everybody is excited to be there. And you can see that it's got a profound effect on the Vietnamese players. We talked about whether or not they're going to be a little bit nervous, whether or not they're going to be extra motivated. I guess we're getting both sides of the coin. WAG is very nervous. PE Sports is ecstatic out there.
A little bit stirring up right now, but also for the other teams, we are seeing though a few of the changes in the game style of the other teams as well that might be caused by the energy that is on that stage. So teams like this and games like this really brings out different energy depending on how composed you are. And speaking of composure, we're going to see which ones would be the most composed, and from Team Falcons, which is the MVP on fire with 3 eliminations, 1,597 on the damage, 2 headshot, and 3 knockdowns.
He wasn't really on fire in this game. The number of eliminations does not seem like his usual self, but it was a game where they were not looking for massive numbers through those eliminations, but they were just looking for the booyah. They just wanted to secure their spot in the overall leaderboard through those guaranteed points, and whatever eliminations they find on the way, they take. A very safe play for Team Falcons, and I understand where they're coming from, right? Because when they came back from the 2-week break, this team was not as aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, I think it might be a fluke or probably a part of their plan, but again, this is just like from knockout stage, just a chance for them to get to the finals, and this is where they are right now, and there's no more playing around with how they are, like the roles that they have, especially Coscu. They know what they have to do. They've seen that in Point Rush Day 1 and Day number 2, and with the numbers that's showing up, I guess they can put a little bit more, but they've done so much as well.
Absolutely, because if this team actually wanted to go, super battle, high heat sort of a form, they most definitely can. Coscu will pop off. He's one of the best CQC specialists, and his combo with Peter is very deadly. One more on fire from afar. They can provide the kind of, support fire that this squad needs, but that's just not the intention nor the priority. Perhaps when Team Falcons have guaranteed that number 1 spot, we can see them get a little bit more flexible with their plays. But, we were talking about no high eliminations. Here comes Vietnam, baby. Don't cry. 9 eliminations strong. He steals away the spotlight.
And that will be Nero that follows it, 5 elimination. As we skip 1, that will be LBT with 4. And let's see, as the key players, we still have Wang An with 6 assists, and we have Don't Cry with 35 glue walls used, and he really needed so much glue wall, especially in the final moment. But as we go into Coscu, 9 grenades used, as well as 4 revive for Cypher.
I guess we see who caused those revives, right? It was PE Sports, torturing Stalwart from such an early game. But let's take a look at the weapons that caused all of that torture. It's the Trogon with the 15 eliminations, followed by the Bison and Woodpecker, 9 and 8 each.
I love how Trogon's being used, especially in the compound gameplay. Like, even if they're on the stairs blocked with glue walls, they can pull out all the grenade launcher mode, and they can stop them, probably damage them even more together with those melters. We've seen that from one team earlier, and they really did a number. I think it's RRQs on the receiving end of that battle. Let's head over to game standings right now, where we see PE Sports right now really taking over this game.
I mean, wow is all I can say. I'm at a loss for words. This may be one of the best games in the lives of the PE Sports players. They are most definitely going to be proud of themselves by the end of this day. But do we stop here, or do we keep pushing boundaries? I want to see more out of Vietnam. Team Falcons, they hit the booyah, but second place they take because they get overshadowed by those eliminations. Buriram, on the other hand, managing to keep up the pressure on Team Falcons with the 12 eliminations and the 8 points from placements for a total of 20. All of the other teams, they struggled in this matchup, especially if you look down the leaderboard here. Reverse rate and attack all around. This is quite a big surprise.
Big surprise indeed, but as we go into overall standing, it is tied in that number 1 spot, I would say. But despite of how tied it is and the total points, it's because of the tiebreaker that we have set from the beginning of the tournament. It is Team Falcons to get that number 1.
Absolutely. PE Sports, though, they are nothing behind Falcon except a booyah. Almost got it, but it doesn't matter. Yes, Team Falcons has got this, but PE Sports has got the fire. PE Sports has got that home ground advantage. I have never seen Vietnam this lethal. I have never seen Vietnam this dangerous. I want to see the awakening of WAG as well, and we only have 4 more games for the recovery gameplay. As for the rest of them, if they're aiming for the $100,000, now would be a great time to figure out how to undo teams like Buriram and Falcons who can bring in that consistency.
We have seen that earlier on the first match that we had in Bermuda, but United has been taken down a little bit early. They managed to survive this time, but not so much compared to the other games that we've seen them play. But again, PE Sports on the hype. Hopefully WAJ will be doing the same. It's not only the place that they have for the prize pool, it's also the spot that they need to take, the top 8 to go in for the Esports World Cup. A lot is on the line right now for this team, AJ.
Absolutely, man. And if you really think about it, the point rush is what is keeping Falcons in that #1 spot. But of course, before we continue with that, a quick short break. We'll be right back with the rest of the games.
Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam, May 2024.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show, and we are still in the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024. 2 matches has been done, 4 more to go, and the chase for that championship trophy is on. On the casters, yes, I am Neptune the Gentleman Garcia. Together with me is the amazing Mustachio AJ.
I mean, I am excited, and I know for a fact Vietnam is excited because PE Esports is here to play, and I can't get them out of my head. I can't get them out of my brain because this is unbelievable performance out of Vietnam.
Yeah.
This has never before happened. The kind of consistency, the kind of spice out of PE Esports that we are witnessing here today, they are world class in terms of how they're keeping up with teams like Falcon, Buriram. That survival gameplay there by PE is, oh my goodness, man. I just want to see more of that from the day. And you know, we were talking about how much do the point rush points kind of give the boost to teams. Without the point rush points for Falcon, they would not be in #1 spot. It would be PE Sports.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if we look at it, the total points of PE Esports have grabbed without the point rush would be 40, and it's 34 for Team Falcon. So just that difference alone shows what PE Sports is offering today, and no other day that they can show up than the grand finals. But as we look at the Kings of Booyah right now, they're not taking any Booyah from the first 2 matches.
Yeah, I mean, they only got 20 points today, and technically they are supposed to be in like the 6th or the 7th position, right? But here they are in the 3rd place because of the extra 16 points that they got granted from day 1 and 2 of Point Rush, where they claimed 8 each in that #1 spot. Onyx Olympus here with a very, very impressive run as well. A total of 27 points picked up here today, and plus the 6 out of Point Rush, they have 33 in the 4th spot. We have got a mad rush for the title, where Vietnam and Indonesia is clearly giving the Thailand region a run for its money.
Yeah, let's see on how long they will be running and how short will be the distance between them. But we are going to Alpine, and let's not take it away from Bermuda United. 9 Booyahs overall. That is inclusion of the knockout stage as well as Point Rush, 234 in elimination, and 411 in the points.
Yeah, no joke here at all. This map definitely belongs to Buriram. They played 19 games though, and they only have 9 Booyahs. Look at me saying only. They have 9 massive Booyahs on Alpine, the most compared to any other teams. But there were still those 10 games where Buriram did not become the Booyah champ of Alpine. And I want to see if or not this Alpine map, this Alpine game can be a scenario like that as well. We know how easy it is for Buriram to pick up that Booyah. If anybody else sweeps it away on the grand finals day, especially when Buriram is hungry for it, I will say it's a very well worth showdown for us to all watch and enjoy today.
Yeah, definitely. It is really worthy, and I'd love to see how it's going to work for the team right here, because we are about to fly into the teams, like into the flight path of Alpine, and whether it is a rough or a fair flight path, these teams are on their toes because we're about to cross halfway through for this day.
Let's gear it up as we send the players straight on into game number 3. Map number 3 is Alpine. And the flight path, I still assume, is going to be pretty kind to us. I'm assuming the crazy one is going to be on Kalahari. But Lady Luck might even throw me for a spin here by tricking the Mustachio. So let's see exactly where Mr. Tatsuya will help us rebel rush in as we head on into Alpine. Do we get a crazy flight path or a decent one? Dearest map shows us that it's a decent one.
Yeah, I mean, it's saving it for, I would say, where the most pressure will be for the teams. But as you can see right now, Bermuda United is very close to Snowfall, and that's where they will be dropping. And as well as Garrison being taken by Indo Stars. RRQ, though, taking a long route towards very near to Railroad. And the chase might be happening in here between Reverse Red and PE Sports. But the question is, who will be going down first, as well as who will be taking so much loot in the early drop and engagement?
PE playing a very risky game this time, taking a split drop. Reverse Red will be distracted by RRQ, so this is a blessing for PE Sports. But Onyx Olympus' Gardu finds Don't Cry. Gardu takes him out. Saming knocked down by Ma'al. RRQ get a very quick revival off of Saming, so that barely tickles them as the game kicks off. A minute in already. Let's see exactly what RRQ does with this. They have got a player flanking on from the left-hand side. LBT lost as well as Wang An trades out Onyx Olympus. That's the engagement I want to see, but we have to be a little patient. That's Legolas flies on through. Dropped by Nameless on that double revolver play. Abe High gets away as he's helped out the man of the day, Reverse Red. Let's see if or not Diamond can make a difference here for the team, as RRQ has been able to pile on quite a bit of pressure on them so far.
Yeah, that's right now going in, and it will be a 1v2 situation right now. Beihai very close, but also low on HP as Diamond trying to protect himself and regroup with Nameless. Let's see on the flank. Well, let's work for the mini Uzi that Diamond is bearing right now. A few more of this team of RRQ from above, so I guess this is the time for Reverse Red to pull away.
And this is a prolonged fight. And off screen, I still see Onyx Olympus torturing PE Sports. Wang An brought back. But he gets taken out yet again. Abe gets the buyback on Ma'al. This engagement happening right here at the fringes of Railroad, where there's a vending machine, just makes it so easy for these teams to just push each other out and away from that vending machine and buy their players, buy their down members right back. As Attack All Around has a roster swap this time around. Kororo stepping out. Folky taking his place. They detected the roster previously had a little bit of a struggle, as Attack All Around has barely managed to climb the leaderboard today.
The Pun God has been taken down, and Aim God is also taken down. So two of the gods right now, Jump God jumping in and out of the battle, and also going in for that quick hit against Aim God. A-Backs right now trying to go for the recover, but the portal go will save them, and the takedown has been done against Evo's Divine.
Yeah, Jump God absolutely smooth with those slays, and Ray with the instantaneous revival as well, thanks to the pocket market just behind the wall. Portal go laid out. Jump God, does he see Ray? Ray managed to pull a good glue wall up. Jump God just a tad bit slow in spotting him. Folky with the backstab. And it looks like this will be all over for Ray. But he still gets away only for a couple of seconds before Jump God's bison shot connects with him. And now Attack All Around once again have got the advantage up against Evo's Divine. They will not get the full squad wipe, as Kadei and squad have managed that revival already. So Kadei's the final player of Evo's Divine that Attack All Around gets to pick on.
Yeah, let's see if they will be able to survive this battle. But speaking of survivability, Reverse Red fighting back against RRQ! And the tables has been turned. They don't call them Reverse Red for nothing.
6 eliminations strong, and Reverse Red looking to make a very solid comeback. RRQ were holding on to that 8th spot one position above Reverse Red on the overall leaderboard. I guess that changes right now.
Definitely it does. Onyx Olympus still on a fight, and this time it is attack all around. And tackle around earlier, I mean, they have met Evo's Divine. Another team coming from Indonesia will be battling them on. Gary on a good flank, 3 of them going in for the rush, but Kiba will be stuck in the middle. There goes Gary for the dash, and will need to back away. Distraction being done as the rest of the teams from afar is trying to fight the back, but there goes a grenade launcher being pulled out, but Gardu is up close and personal against 2 players of attack all around.
Very quick revival coming on through Gardu in a 1v2, and Foki takes the advantage. Gary does manage to trade out Foki, and he takes a double. Gardu did the initial work, and Gary finishing the job. Jack will chip in as well. Poon got annihilated. Oh, Shield steals that one away. And Onyx Olympus here to play. Indostars hopping on in to see if or not they can pick up all of the final pieces here as the third party. Raz with the M82B. Kiba barely has anything on him. With the secondary in hand, steps on out. The assault rifle can barely do anything.
And looking similar to what we've seen earlier, every time engagement is happening, someone or some team will be waiting for that to end and trying to take over, making sure that no revival will be happening, no recovery will be happening from the winning team of the fight. But we still have 11 teams remaining, and for Onyx Olympus, they still have 1 survivor. The same goes, or different for Attack All Around though, but survivability will be for 2 players. Reverse Red on the lead in terms of elimination. I don't think they will be slowing down, especially in how they are placed in the standings right now.
Oh, PE up against Reverse Red. Now PE Sports, the players are way too far. Nero all alone up on the roof. Grenade does not find the connection, but Nero does manage to take Nameless down.
No.
Ah, Wagan from afar, the backup. PE Sports. What a play, and now Diamond trying to back away. Bison in hand. LBT trying to climb on up as well. Wang An from afar with the XMA. Diamond gets tagged up and he's all alone. He doesn't know where to run. Saming getting tagged up as he tries to run away as well. Don't Cry gets Saming with the RGS. Reverse Red out in 11th. PE Sports. What a day they're having out there.
Oh, definitely a day indeed, and it's going to be a party for PE Sports. They grab that momentum and a lot more. For Team Falcons, 0 elimination just yet, but they are battling against the counterpart of PE Sports, which is WAG, and WAG might be in losing end. Here comes Peter for the rush, and Dolphin will be going down from the hands of On Fire. Only 1 remains for WAG. Not quite sure if a recovery has been done. Make that 2, and that they have split up. Just make sure that they will not be taken out a little bit too early.
Yep, splitting up in 2 ways. WAG trying to bet on their luck. Both players are going to be on a revival mission to pick up those coins, bring their team members right back in. Attack All Around once again, making that adjustment through those revives as well. 36 players left on out there. Quite a number of revives still to go, as we still do have 10 squads alive and kicking. As Stalwart now camps up on this bridge. Attack All Around on the opposite side. Get to gatekeep them as the circle pushes Stalwart right into their compound.
I guess this is not really a trouble for Stalwart Esports. They do have Du who can manage long-range engagement. If he can flank and beat them onto that punch, they might be able to go for a few takedowns before the rest of the team can rush in. But as you can see right now, they are taking the right path, and the rest of Attack All Around will be trying to chase some of the teams who they fought against earlier. But from the map, we're seeing WAG coming back a little bit too far, though, and Stalwart Esports might be spotting them in a bit.
That's a very interesting drop that WAG has taken. I guess the guy's going out for his own loot box. Cardu looking for Krillin as he spots him up from afar. Has got the Mag 7 in hand. Not the best shotgun to have on your side, but it's going to have to do. Mini Uzi will not find the connections. Krillin has the Drogon, the better shotgun, the in-meta gun. Krillin spots him out first, gets 1 tag, gets 2 tag. Krillin says, too easy, Mr. Gardu.
That's the reason why you should know the meta and you should use that in the game, because it's just too easy to go for the takedown. Evo's Divine though they were taken down a little bit too early, recovered and revived. They fight back with AMAX with good vantage point against the rest of the teams like Attack All Around, Falcons, and even probably Stalwart Esports. But Stalwart Esports in the battle against the one that they saw earlier dropping in, that is the Ghost. And this is the split up that they did on the revive. And not quite sure what the plan of the Ghost is, probably just to find anyone that might have been taken out early and they can use the weapon that they have. But as you can see, it's Stalwart Esports trying to survive from the second phase of the circle, but they need to move real fast.
Oh, they most definitely do need to move. The one saving grace is we are scurrying around Alpine. It's big but not huge like Bermuda, Purgatory, so the rotations are not going to take that long. But they cannot take for advantage that they are going to find a easy, clear pathway into the next circle. I'm afraid they might just get gate capped because we still have 10 more teams here and we're running out of real estate.
Yeah, I mean, 30 seconds before this phase closes in, and well, we'll have to find out if they will be able to find any place, any compound in the next phase, as Evo's Divine slow down a little bit because of what happened in the early parts of this game, spotting a little bit of those who are reviving. Cosq tried to spot in onto the other side, but is not making any shots.
Oh, come on. WAG can't catch a breath, bro. They keep getting revived and they keep getting taken out of the equation, and then more revives. Now Krillin's taken out. Moshi's on a run here up against WAG. 2 players lost to Buriram from the side of WAG.
See if Buriram United can spot anyone, but Buriram United, I would say this slowdown is normal for them. It would take them like halfway or midway through on an entire match to them to be a little bit too aggressive, but it might not work this time because a lot is already on their toes. A lot has already prepared themselves on the next phase of the circle, and Buriram United is slowly moving it.
Limit, knock, picked right back up. Ooh, Dew right up at top. And Stalwart now trying to circulate around the players of Attack All Around, flanking around from the right-hand side, leaving Dew right behind. Portal Go brings Caramel as backup. Attack All Around has the circle. Stalwart at a disadvantage. They have used the Portal Go to reposition outside the circle. This is not the greatest of idea. Now Stalwart uses a different Portal Go and runs straight into Evo's Divine. Caramel with a grenade onto Poongod. Gary steals away the elimination.
Let's see, and who else will be taken down right now as... Check goes down right now from grenade coming from Cosq, but Team Falcons is not yet over with his battle. Kiba will be taken down, and Gary as well as Gardu is just waiting from above. But they do have a good spot to find enemies, but there's not so much a backup that they can do, as Attack All Around is already for the battle, though Limit has been taken down. Jump God might be able to jump in.
Team Falcons, they played it cool all throughout the second half of the knockout stage, and they are unleashing whatever they're capable of here at the grand finals, looking for the championship, looking for the $100,000 as WAG finally bows out of the competition. Falcons is overwhelming Folky on the side of Attack All Around and kicking them out in 9th.
I guess they don't want to be tied with anyone, or they don't want to be beat by any team, because we just pointed out that PE Sports this time around looks a little bit stronger than Team Falcons. So let's see if that would change for PE Sports as well as Team Falcons later on. But for Stalwart Esports, they are slowing down. They don't have the high ground advantage compared to the previous matches or previous days that we've seen them in. But Caramel is just on guard, and they are looking for anyone who they can target in the early parts before that zone closes.
Buriram up against Indostars. Raz up and personal with the players of Buriram. Very smart back away as he pops that A124 and retreats, calling for a little bit of backup from the rest of the players. But Liam tagged up by a grenade. And there's another team chucking all of these shots up against Indostars as well. They need to play a strong lineup of these glue walls. Raz does manage to pick up on Lim. Quick recovery from the Indostars players to back away from Buriram, allowing Team Falcons now to go in for a couple of shots up against Buriram.
And Team Falcons just waiting for them to show up. The zone is closing in a bit. Buriram will be in their sights. But Indo Stars right now managed to get away and find a better position. Portal go right now with it left or right. It is towards Indo Stars. And there's still a compound to be found, making Buriram sad that they will not be able to make a surprise hit against them.
Esports still alive. They have to be really careful here. They are one of the two teams that do have a very decent defensive compound. This is trouble because the other teams might be looking to take that one away from them with force. Expand right behind PE Sports. I don't think PE is going to move into the compound of EVOS Divine, but if they see Expand coming for them, they might just go in for that major swap and then snuff out EVOS Divine. Either way, it's a game of chess, but the players are all taking each other out from the periphery behind this next safe zone.
Indo Stars right now has Lean being taken down. Next would be Raz. Aggressiveness of 18. They're not showing with 0 eliminations just yet, but they are fighting against Buriram United, throwing all the grenades that they can. And Buriram United might be lost in this battle. Get high right now. Will try to get high as elevation is going up. And there goes 18. Deer down. Gold Shield, the only one remaining, but still alive and kicking in the backstab from Get High with that jump.
PE Sports have knocked down every single player from the side of Expand, and they're claiming their lives. Expand went in to take away the defensive spot of EVOS Divine. PE Sports got very lucky in that engagement, and now they're out in the open. They are being forced to move. Axel and Fies, they pick each other up right back. Expand is still in the game. A portal go used to get themselves in the middle of the circle. They're low in numbers. Expand in a lot of trouble.
A lot of trouble indeed. They are out and open on the rooftop and in between everyone else. And it is Team Falcons who is very, very close, who might have a surprise hit, a jump on them. Stalwart Esports trying to survive, but Zoo went down. Even Cypher went down as well. And EVOS Divine has held that compound for so long, taking down Stalwart Esports. Nero was able to steal one of those eliminations, and only 5 remains though, with 14 players surviving. But the threat would be Team Falcons, 13 elimination and 4-man strong.
And PE Sports still going strong, taking the lives of EVOS Divine players one after the other. Get high, trying to be the final survivor for the side of Buriram, but Falcons already have their eyes on them. Buriram, they get eliminated alongside EVOS Divine, 5th and 4th spot. Both of those teams take. Expand still holding on to the center of the circle. Falcons right behind them, just beyond the boulder. PE Sports peeling away to 2 different angles here. Don't cry, pretty low on his HP, has to back away. One more with the Iris, I believe, and the AWM just torturing Don't Cry, who has to drop back together with the rest of the squad.
We're seeing a portal go being released, and it might end up for Expand stepping outside, but they don't want to risk that. They have a good spot right now. It's only a distraction of Team Falcons that might save them, but PE Sports getting too close, and there goes one. There goes the Axel, the only one remaining. It backs away, hides behind a rock, and here comes the chase being done by Team Falcons, trapping PE Sports into one corner, and the Axel might be the survivor of this battle, but Falcons has been forced to move on, rotate against them. It's 4v4 PE as well as Team Falcons.
Oh, PE, now Wang An backing away, a little low on this HP. Peter is taking all of this risk here. Coscu backing away alongside one more. Narrow meets Coscu. It's a 2v1 and Coscu down. This is an advantage for PE. Narrow drops one more as well. PE Sports, can we see one more from Vietnam? 4v1, a 99% possibility for a booyah. And PE Sports delivers back to back.
And that is what happened if a stronger team is taken away with that booyah. This is what PE Sports is showing right now. Yes, they might have been stolen from the earlier match by Team Falcons, but as they end up together for the final circle, PE emerged victorious.
I mean, the first booyah of the day, but not the first game where they've had a explosive performance. PE Sports truly fueled by the audience in front of them. PE Sports truly taking advantage of the home ground to annihilate the players out there on the battlefield. But it is not possible without the hustle, without the confidence, without the determination from the Vietnamese squad. What a fantastic way to walk away with a booyah. And dude, they were so pressured, right? Initially, they were going up against EVOS Divine. These two teams had those defensive spots, and Expand had the option, either go and tickle EVOS Divine or go for PE Sports. And Expand put a portal goal and went up on the roof of the compound of EVOS Divine, and that's where PE Sports said, oh, hi there, Expand. Started shooting down their players one after the other. Every single player from the side of Expand got knocked by PE Sports. Two of them got picked right back up. PE Sports claimed 2 lives. Expand still went into the center, and Expand was the reason why PE Sports managed to pick up those points, and also the reason why they managed to pick up the booyah, because towards the very end, we saw Team Falcons flank around the right-hand side to attack PE. PE very smartly built up those maze of blue walls to not allow Team Falcons in. Falcons retreated back towards the left, and what do you know? They got distracted by Axel. In those few key frame seconds, it was that recovery gameplay by PE, and they set up that ambush once again, not skipping a single beat. The drums of liberation beat for Vietnam, for PE Sports, and they are just soaking it up all in.
Oh, definitely. I mean, I love the storyline that PE Sports has brought in. I love the fire that they carried over. They will be the top of the leaderboard after that battle, even beating Team Falcons, because from how we started this game, they are all tied and Team Falcons has been beat. But is that enough? With the number of elimination that might have been taken by Team Falcons, is that enough for PE Sports to take that #1 spot? But going back to how PE Sports really struggled in that match. Not only that, even in the knockout stage, wherein they were almost being taken out, they had a good last week from the knockout stage, and they brought it that they made it that they will be on the top 12 and get to the finals.
Yeah, this is the most ridiculous performance out of a team ever in the world of Free Fire. From not making it to the top 12, from bringing their everything out on the table for the final week of play, scoring the most number of points on that final week, on week 6, qualifying for the finals, making sure they made an impact on Point Rush, and then stepping into the most important day. And this is something that we have harped on so many times. It really does not matter how many times you falter, how many mistakes you make, as long as you do not make them on the grand finals. And if there is ever a day where you want to just go all out, this is that day, and PE Sports really taking that to heart. And this was that gameplay where Axel got the opportunity to distract Team Falcons. PE Sports took the extra few seconds to play the recovery. Those medkits kicked in, and the takedown of Cosq followed by Peter was the destruction of Team Falcons. Everything going the way of PE Sports today.
Love how they work that divide and conquer. Every time they are outbeat or about to be beat, they stick together. Every time that they know that they can split up the opposing team, they does it. And that is what PE Sports is showing right now. Motivation of the home ground, the fire on their hearts even after losing so many engagement. This is what PE Sports is offering us right now. Great engagement, great excitement.
I am so excited for Vietnam. I'm so excited for PE Sports. What PE Sports is going to be able to achieve there today in front of the world, in front of Southeast Asia, in front of very important people from their own government sitting down in front of them, it can make the world of difference for the future of esports in Vietnam. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, without further ado, let's bring the camera to Ho Chi Minh. I want to see what questions Yuso has for the boys.
Xin cảm ơn các bình luận viên. Và quý vị ơi, quý vị đang cảm thấy như thế nào ạ? Quý vị có hạnh phúc không ạ? Quý vị có tự hào không ạ? Rất tuyệt vời.
We are very proud about PE Sport, and I must feeling the same as you guys as well. Anh Tú này, anh cảm thấy như thế nào về trận đấu vừa rồi của PE Sport ạ?
Quý vị thân mến, ở bên trong Cánh Gà, Tuấn Đạt và Quỳnh Anh và tất cả mọi người đều cảm thấy vô cùng tự hào, hạnh phúc như vỡ òa luôn. Quý vị có cảm thấy như vậy không ạ?
Cho chúng ta một tràng pháo tay thật là lớn nào mọi người. Cho PE Sports.
Yeah! Và quý vị thân mến, chúng ta đang có một vận động viên đại diện cho PE Sports ngay trên sân khấu lúc này, thì không biết là cảm xúc của bạn đang như thế nào ạ?
Dạ, em cảm thấy rất là vui ạ. Cảm ơn mọi người đã luôn ủng hộ PE trong suốt thời gian vừa qua.
Opening for the interview. How do you feel, PE Don't Cry? And all he can answer is he's really happy. And thank you everyone for always supporting us. And I hope you will always as well.
Và câu hỏi thứ hai là các bạn đã chuẩn bị một chiến thuật như thế nào để có thể có được booyah trong trận đấu vừa rồi ạ?
Dạ, theo em là cần phải cải thiện kỹ năng. Còn chiến thuật thì ai cũng biết rồi.
Ai cũng biết.
Nghe có vẻ như là rất là bí ẩn. Chắc chắn là chiến thuật này sẽ được giữ kín cho những trận đấu quan trọng tiếp theo nữa, đúng không Quỳnh Anh?
I believe so. Following the second questions, what is the tactics you guys did so you can achieve the previous booyah? We need to improve our skill, and as well about the tactics, everybody knows, but myself I don't know, so I think it's a little bit mystery for his answer.
Yeah, it's still mysterious because they're going to keep all the secrets for the upcoming battles.
Yes.
Và câu hỏi cuối cùng thôi ạ. PE Sports xem ai là đối thủ nặng ký nhất trong trận chung kết ngày hôm nay ạ?
Dạ, chỉ có bản thân mình là đối thủ của mình thôi ạ.
Wow! A very amazing answer. Who is your competitive in this tournament? Only yourself is the biggest enemy.
Một tinh thần rất tuyệt vời đúng không ạ? Quý vị ơi! Những tràng pháo tay lớn hơn nữa được không ạ? Và ngay sau đây chúng tôi sẽ được phép tiếp tục kết nối với các bình luận viên.
Thank you, PE Don't Cry, and good luck on your next round. Let's head back to the caster.
There have it. Don't cry. Not really crying at all, but I love the answer as well because there's none other that you want to beat than yourself, and that's what they're doing right now. From the previous match before that booyah, they were that close and even tied with Team Falcons. But now they know that they can do a little bit better. They did it with the booyah and a few more on the eliminations. They are now by far my favorite team.
I hands down my favorite team as well, and I totally understand where Don't Cry was coming from when he told Yunsol, I don't know, other people may know the plan, but I don't know the plan, and I totally understand where he's coming from, right? Because PE Sports, they're not the kind of team that can strategize how to dominate big teams like this out there on the overall leaderboard. All of this is just coming through instincts right now. They are playing through their instincts. They're playing off of the energy from the crowd, and they just do not want to let their home crowd down in front of them. Nero, 6 eliminations through 6 knockdowns, 7 headshots, 2,856 damage. With the constant disabling, he goes through all of his opponents with that A124. He was definitely a pain to deal with.
Oh, definitely. I mean, we've seen Nero survive the longest. Even alone, he managed to bring back some of the teammates. And yeah, they did struggle in that match, but with a combination of all those effort, that is why they keep getting stronger match after match. And right now, we're seeing Steffi once again being brought in by LBT. The combination of these characters might be the new one that will be used by most of the players watching right now. That's Suya, as well as the Homer, and A124 has been in there for quite so long. But Don't Cry with 7 eliminations, followed by Nero's 6th elimination. That's already 13. And 3 from Wangan plus 2, that makes it to an 18 elimination. That is just so well, 30 points overall.
18 eliminations in this game, 19 eliminations in the previous game. This is no luck. This is no fluke from the side of PE Sports. This is just all out effort. 3 out of 5 players making it to the top 5 elimination leaders for PE Sports truly shouts out that this team is not going to go down. This team is going to rise to the occasion and become your Southeast Asian champions. But of course, not if teams like Falcons as well as Buriram can help it. They are hot on their tails.
Yeah, hot on their tails indeed, and they don't want to let that go because from the knockout stage, they keep on going for the number 1 spot, if not the second, for the case of Team Falcons. But having PE Sports introduced in the battle a little bit stronger, and I guess they just used the time that they lost and made mistake from knockout stages, even in Point Rush, to make this kind of motivation that they can do so well even against those 2 teams.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. And of course, Point Rush from day 1 and day 2 helping Team Falcons for sure stay up the leaderboard, but it's gonna kind of take a toll on them if they cannot pull away a couple of more booyahs. Obviously, Team Falcons looking to be the champions, but the key players here, as you can see, everybody from every single team wanting to get a little bit of action away from the battlefield. 3 times revived Dogari. He really couldn't catch a break for himself. Get high with the 6 grenades used, but it will not be possible for all of those elimination numbers to be up there without these 3 weapons.
Yeah, Woodpecker right now taking a lead in the pack. We've seen a few of the players as well go 1v1 on this weaponry up close and personal. So that's how great this Woodpecker is, but can't take it away against the Trogon. I mean, the dual action that you have for this weapon has brought so much of pain for the losing team, and as well as when you go CQC, Bison will be in play.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And of course, be it the close, mid or long range gameplay, we've got everything for you. It's all about which team is able to be in the right place at the right time and to use the exact amount of aggression that is necessary, right? We saw it has been key for many of the teams now, if they want to survive for the final battle, to be very patient, to bide their time, and to execute their revenge or offense in the opportune moment. And that's something that PE Sports has grown so accustomed to. Once again, 18 eliminations, 12 placements for a total of 30 massive points. I have never seen PE Sports this lethal.
Yeah, they are lethal indeed, back-to-back. And Team Falcons right now will be left behind, tying it up before this match started. They only grab 24 points. And for Buriram United, still in third though, and slowly catching up. But by how long will they take that number 1 spot if they can? Because so far, the other teams are growing too strong per match that we see.
I most definitely agree, man. And of course, this is the overall standings as PE Sports grabs that number 1 spot, all thanks to the Booyah. We were talking about how both them and Falcon were equalized, and the tiebreaker was the Booyah. Looks like we don't need to worry about the Booyah tiebreaker anymore as far as PE Sports is concerned, but they've also managed to pull away with a decent number of points. I want to see more out of this squad. By the time we go into Kalahari, I'm expecting a little bit of chaos to break out. Falcon, Buriram representing Thailand in the 2nd and 3rd spot, and close behind them, Onyx Esports with a total of 42.
Yeah, Evo's Divine will be in there. The Booyah has been taken earlier, but they have slowed down overall. And we'll see if they can get it back to their side. 3 maps already done. We're halfway through the grand finals. And let's see if Kalahari can be the team or the map wherein the teams will be struggling from the flight path or where they will be dropping.
This is one of the worst maps for PE Sports. It's their 2nd worst one. Kalahari is where they have been tortured many a times, pulling in a usual average total of 7 points every time they step into Kalahari. Obviously, that's not going to be the kind of performance that's going to sustain that number 1 spot for them. So they have to go against all odds as we set up Kalahari. But these are the top 3 dominators that you can expect to see out there quite a bit. Buriram stalwart as well as attack all around.
Yeah, I mean, Buriram United with 8 Booyahs in here, but that we are talking about a long run, a marathon of a knockout stage. But now everyone is just sprinting to grab that number 1 spot and grab the championship trophy by the end of the day. So let's see if Buriram United can catch up. The same goes for Stalwart Esports as well as Attack all around. Everyone is on edge right now. And it's not just the game, it's also the venue. We are hearing earlier, even the interview, how loud it is, how much energy there is, and I think that's being felt whether you take it as a motivation or it makes you nervous. That would depend on the mental fortitude of the team.
Either way, I'm sitting down all the way in Malaysia and I can feel the energy from Vietnam in my studio. This is exactly what we were expecting from the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Spring 2024, and that's exactly what we're getting as we gear up for game number 4. This is gonna be Kalahari, and if my prediction is gonna be correct, Lady Flight Path is gonna be a tad bit cranky with the heat.
Oh yes indeed, and no rain, no water can make that cool down, and even the teams who have been fired up all throughout this day. So let's see as to where we are going to be brought in a Lady Flight Path at this point, and the first view of the plane can give us that idea. It's still a calm flight path that's cutting through. I guess the grand finals, there's no chance really to give them a rough time.
Miss Flight Path says, not today, Mustachio. No, I will not torture my boys in that way. Okay, fair enough, Miss Flight Path. We'll take it your way. Shrines, as Attack all around PE Sports, they move out to one of the least occupied spaces, being Council Hall, with Bayfront holding LBT just as backup. And obviously both of these locations have a vending machine, so either way, if they do get engaged, there will be a little bit of recovery possibility for PE Sports. Expand, on the other hand, as usual, at the sub. Now, we know that this is a very favorite key rotation point for Buriram as well. So it's going to be important for Expand to quickly loot up and move away from this compound.
Yeah, and that's one reason as well why teams need to study the drop spot of the teams, and they can make the adjustment if necessary. I'm pretty sure with the 12 teams right now that's fighting in this map, there is a little chance as well that some areas of Kalahari will be vacant, and they can use that to their advantage later on. But as you can see, RRQ going chase against WAG has been spotted right now, unable to get the Free Fire coins as well as stay on top of the platform.
How much can Cyrus stake before he gets eliminated here? It's just about time before someone hops on to him, and Beihai is the one. In fact, barely needed to hop on him because of the RGS-50. Just needed to pop one grenade from up top, and kaboom, he goes. Regaloth is gonna be looting that player up, and WAG off to a rough start once again.
Yeah, it's not working well for WAG. They are at some point being aggressive, but it shows even in the point rush days that they have lost that fight. But we've seen so much of the instances as well wherein they got the most of the revive. So it's just on and off for WAG right now, and Team Expand might be taking advantage of that as they step into this area. But one thing is for sure, we have a few more that might be cutting them depending on where they rotate. On the left, we have Reverse Red. On the right, we have Onyx Olympus.
Axel joins the rest of the squad, whereas Faiz just holds on to the back lines, playing the long-range Woodpecker, taking a little bit of life off of the Ghost as Kens pulls that right-hand flank alongside Axel. Crime already cooking up a grenade to supply to WAG, wondering if or not the boys would like a snack.
Yeah, let's see which one they were taking. Will it be a small bite out of this, or will they be taking a whole team out on this fight? There goes the takedown. And Kens receive a shot from Reverse Red from afar. 3 teams in this area.
Yeah, it looks like Lady Luck is smiling upon WAG because this is their opening to now run away from this compound. Expands trying to get away. Crime could barely bring his partner back in. I think it was the pocket shop that he was trying to use, but Diamond with a flank from the bottom managed to put him 6 feet under. Final player for the side of Expand to play that revival, and WAG now is going to be the distraction for Reverse Red to back away off of the Expand's back and allow them to play a game of recovery.
Yeah, recovery is slowly being done right now, but WAG playing the safe route before they are taken down. They go in for a revive, and Faiz has been spotted, but we saw earlier Faiz is trying to take advantage of some of the knockdowns, but it's a good thing that he managed to bring back a few of their players. Still have 12 teams remaining right now, and for the elimination, it is Reverse Red taking the lead. Now let's see on the battle for Indostars and Stalwart Esports in the Foundation.
Very important to purchase the hook gun if you are in Kalahari, for sure. And that's exactly how Reverse Red cut the distance between themselves and Expand down just moments ago. There were no portal goes used there. Expand, on the other hand, actually used up 2 portal goes, which I think is a huge waste so early in Kalahari when you can afford the hook gun for just $200. I think this is the common problem with kids when they've got money in their hands.
Once you have too much, I mean, they just want to let it go. And depending on how fast they grab that as well. But as you can see right now, Indostars going in for a 2-2 split. Do on one side being targeted, but Do will have that snipe on him that makes him very deadly. But on the other side, the 2v2 will be happening. And let's see who's going to win, the 1v2 or the 2v2 from both sides.
Yeah, it's very smart by Indostars here. They realize that the numbers of Stalwart have been split up. So 2 players using a portal go quickly reposition to back up the rest of their team members. And the 2v2 has now turned into a 4v2. And Stalwart at the verge of losing 2 players here unless Stop can buy enough time for the defensive rotation out of Stalwart. Dew is still holding on to a left-hand flank with the M82B. He does not have a vantage point. Wang An now, PE Sports from afar, take Caramel out of the equation. So the insurance policy for Stalwart has been taken out courtesy of PE Sports. So there's a possibility here that Stalwart loses this fight in that 4v3.
It's looking like it, and as we have PE Sports already in the platform, a good view against those who were fighting earlier. But the good thing that Saifa revived Caramel. The only question is where will he be dropping, because he has little space anymore and everything else is out and open. With a high ground, with a platform that's being taken by a lot of teams, it's easy to spot those parachuting down.
WAG still unlucky. Revive after revive after revive. The last time I checked, we do not have a multiple revive award for anyone. So I'm pretty sure it's not intentional, but it's unfortunate.
They do come up on the key players, so something to take a screenshot of. But United right now will not be wasting any time. They want to get all of those points. Good crouch being done by Get High to take advantage, and Puna needs to be picked up. UAV all around has been pulled out, and Kiba will be spotted from afar. And Portal Go saves him, goes in onto container. Will he be able to get away from Get High, or will he be G-chased and Get High just rushes in?
Yep, Get High is trying to take Kiba out before the revival. Kiba makes one super solid mistake out in the open. There's just no cover. And Get High catches up using their own portal go against them, and Onyx Olympus out in 12th.
That was just too risky though for the team or for Get High, because if in case he knows the team knows they're being followed, you can use that portal go as a trap, but they didn't use that. And speaking of trap, we have Expand, who has been trapped for so long against Stalwart Esports, is receiving and feeling damage right now. Only 2 remains. Crime might be going down in a bit with the 2s already rushing in, and there goes stopping in on his heels.
Stalwart, 3 eliminations already. Expand in a lot of trouble here. They have not done well, and even if they do not want to become champions, they have to remember that a lot is on the line. Top 8 teams are going to be invited to the Esports World Cup happening in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. And that is a very big, prestigious event that you most definitely want your brand to be a part of. So if they want that, the hustle starts now.
Yeah, definitely. They need to hustle right now. And this is really unfortunate for some teams. But as we go in slowly, we are going to see some of the battle go through. And, well, there's not so much of movement for teams like Team Falcons right now, who's being taken by the zone, and they need to get, because it's about to go for phase 3.
Yep, slow rotations in as attack all around doesn't really need to move much. They are playing with the edge of the next safe zone. What they do have to be wary of is the other teams trying to make a full circle into the next safe zone. Someone might just end up behind their backs, taking that backstab at the most unfortunate of timings. So attack all around. Although they do have a compound to work with already, they have to just be a little careful. The same goes for EVOS Divine, who are in the exact same situation. Circle 2. So Pocket Shop's going to close shortly. If any of these teams want to get all of those last-second purchases done, they have to right now. And Team Falcons, not only do they want to purchase, but they want to earn some extra pocket money off of Indostars as they spot the players out in the open. Slowly and surely, it's closing the distance up against them, and Stalwart flanking from the right-hand side unknowingly as well up against Indostars.
Yeah, Indostars, well, they need to be careful right now as they are being targeted by Peter and shots onto them. Good reposition being done right now with the portal go, and Team Falcons will be left behind. And there's still a few, though, staying outside. Glue walls being spotted, but none of them has been sighted just yet. And the risk has been taken out for those teams. Team Falcons will be left still with 0. But, oh! What a surprise. Expand moving in a little too close. If they move, if they look up, they might have spotted.
Might just be able to spot this one out, but Stalwart gets a free elimination dropping right in front of them in the form of Expand. So it's unfortunate for the Malaysian squad. Attack all around, spotting out PE. Play tag. Don't cry on the ground. All thanks to Poon God's sharp shooting.
That is what they have to offer right now. But versus Red, let's see on how they're going to go for the fight. We're seeing PE Sports Nero being taken down by RRQ, and that is just on the other side. Reverse for Red right now, trying to get away, and they don't want this engagement yet. They want to get a good position. That's where they're going to gatekeep the rest of the teams. For RRQ, though, the high ground has been taken, and some of the players of PE Sports, but we still have 11 teams, though, so there's still hope for them.
Fires on the revival as Axel now suffers at the hands of Cypher. Stalwart seems to have caught up with Expand, but a bigger fight on the horizon for the fate of EVOS Divine. Here comes Buriram United Esports. Moshi backing away to play the flanker, and a double ice grenade just to push EVOS Divine out of their defenses. Buriram trying to set this up, not getting too cheeky. Moshi still holding as the backup player. 3 players pushing on in now. It's going to be the ice grenades first. The A124 has been popped already. Get high, sends in a double, triple grenade. Ice grenades once again, forcing the players of EVOS Divine step by step. Back they go, and now in a tight little corner. Would it be akin to shooting fish in a barrel once again for another squad out here, this time being Buriram, the shooters, and EVOS Divine, the fishes?
Let's see on how well they can fish them out and push them in this engagement. Buriram United just going ring around the rosy against EVOS Divine, and they will try to fight back. And there goes, stepping outside of the door. Funa right now will be left unchecked and will need to rotate. They took the spot that EVOS Divine was taking, but Get High will be knocked down.
There is a portal go here to play around with, and Buriram just needs to check out exactly where that one leads to. EVOS Divine did manage to get away with one quick revival before they got annihilated. Buriram do not finish the job, but they have picked up enough points to sustain their fight for that championship. RRQ's Leglot backs away, but attack all around just has too many numbers up on top. Jump God providing the numbers, and RRQ biting the dust in 11th.
Let's see on how or who else will be going down next. Versus Red playing it a little bit safe right now. And as we go in, or as they go in against WAG, we are seeing Expand being taken out. 8 teams remain. Even PE Sports will be eliminated right now. And there's a good chance for the other teams to catch up. But will they be able to make it with a lot of elimination? WAG, though, will be left behind outside of the blue. And the rotation would be quick, or should be quick. But There it goes! The vending machine expected by reverse red WAG taken out.
As anticipated, Vietnam just does not survive well on Kalahari. Looks like it's a tad bit too hot. The Thai players are able to circle around and maintain their dominance. Buriram, reverse red, attack all around. Team Falcons all representing Thailand. An attack all around, managing to find Puna from afar. No elimination just yet though. Foki just broke his ankles. Somebody needs to pick him right back up. And Team Falcons on the right-hand side. Limit managing to find a solid snipe. Nobody claims the life, and Buriram now in a lot of trouble.
Oh yes, they were rushed by the aggressive team, which is reverse red. But on the other side, Stalwart Esports has been eliminated by Indo Stars. And there goes ahead, Moshi with that snipe. Taking down Diamond, nameless right now, trying to finish up, get high. Let's see as to how they will survive. Only one remains, but here comes attack all around. Who will be pushing all around this battle, this engagement? And they might take that. They might take the middle of the next zone and go against Evo's Divine, as we can see them rotate away from these two teams.
But Team Falcons, they are the most deadly ones here to take away that #1 spot, and they are still alive. And they are far, far away from all of these engagements, allowing the other teams to do the dirty work first. Attack all around are scheming the exact same thing here. Indo Stars, unfortunate as they do not make it into the circle. And a tad bit too late. Attack all around has managed to spot out. Team Falcons. The moment they get spotted out, it's the portal goal that makes the big play for them. Straight into the middle of the circle alongside Evo's Divine.
Oh, there goes the tag. And let's see who will be taken out right now. It's a good hiding spot though for Evo's Divine. They trapped themselves in. But I guess with Falcons spotting them already, they might be in trouble. But Team Falcons need to deal with the rest of the team surrounding them, which is the tackle around on the left and as well as reverse red on the right. And there's no but little idea that they have Evo's Divine in the middle. So Evo's Divine might be able to survive this, similar to what we're seeing from Buriram United.
Yeah, smart play by attack all around here, helping out reverse red to flush out the team in the middle. Jump God goes in for the push. Solo though. Limit not coming in for the backup just yet. Jump God in a lot of trouble. He gets tagged up from afar. Reverse red shooting at Jump God as well. And that pushes attack all around back. And Team Falcons do not get annihilated just yet.
Let's see as to how they will be rotating. And Saming goes down. It is Pungard and the snipe from across the circle. Let's see as to how they respond right now, though they have good elevation, but the zone will be closing in. The only team who's really safe and chilling would be Evo's Divine. Buriram United might be going down. Moshi tagged up and Mess able to get a little bit of cover, but Moshi has been taken out. Only one remains, Wasana.
Yeah, the ice grenade getting the job done here. Pungard, attack all around, looking to make a massive comeback. Team Falcon still alive, but attack all around sweeps on in to meet Team Falcons halfway through. Saming finds a flying Wasana, and Buriram will be taken out in the 5th spot. Evo's Divine hanging on for their dear lives, hoping and praying everybody else ignores them as the 3 Thai teams go up against each other. Attack all around finds Team Falcons one after the other. They get snuffed out. Foki and Limit do get traded out though. Reverse red chipping on in, stealing the elimination off of On Fire. Saming finds Jump God. Attack all around under pressure now alongside Team Falcons as reverse red chips in.
Pungard managed to get away. Full rotation to hide out, leave them fighting, and this might be a chance, but no! Here comes 2, goes in for the rush. Nameless managed to take a hit against them, and 15 elimination over. Might be able to take down the remaining 7 in the battlefield, but as we speak, Falcons right now moving in against Expo Z, taking the high ground, and we are expecting a meta gameplay that will be happening in a bit.
Oh yeah, absolutely. On Fire, Peter, one more. The 3 players from the side of Team Falcons, but Peter and one more are the smarter ones. They take the high ground on top of the container, but one more has lost his life already. Peter, can he slink away? Pungard gets knocked down onto the ground. Ray goes in for the annihilation onto the final player from the side of Team Falcons. Peter topping his health right back up. Down in the middle. Peter! Does he get away? Yeah!
No!
He jumps on up and the Trogon drops Ray. He was Divine, unable to hang here with Peter, but Aim God patches himself up just in the nick of time, and the White Tigers deliver yet again.
Second booyah of the day, and they just pulled out of Buriram United. from this match. We've seen that being done from the point rush twice, and why not use it, as it is expected that they can save themselves, especially with the position that they have inside that container. Oh, it's just preset before the final circle has closed in.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And you know, there's just so much of chaos in that final circle. All of the teams looking to play very safe, and I'm saying Buriram played it way too safe, right? This is just not the usual version of the Kings of Booyah. They are not showing their aggressive side. It looks like for the first time, Buriram is scared, and we can credit all of that to the energy, the absolute electric atmosphere in Vietnam right now, thanks to the Vietnamese crowd. PE Sports, unfortunately though, because this is just one of their weak maps, could not cut much out of it, and Esports Divine took advantage.
Yeah, they did take advantage, and I love how they positioned themselves. They were spotted by one team. I think that was Attack All Around or Stalwart Esports. But the moment that they have secured that container, it's just that they were not be pushed. They cannot be pushed at this point. All if in case a grenade or probably the glue walls will be taken down, all attention will be pointing at them, and those surrounding them will be gunning them down. So Tackle Round managed to pull away from that engagement, leaving Evo's Divine in the middle, and that is how they set up this Booyah.
Absolutely, man. And of course, just so much of chaos, so much of stress from one end to the other. And at the end of the day, the team that deals with the stress in the best way will get that Booyah. Evo's Divine played this with a lot of risk. They were the first team to get into the center of the circle with 5 Thai teams around them. And of course, Stalwart got eliminated, which just made then 4 Thai teams shooting all around, and Evo's Divine just stayed silent. And those were some of the key moments where it shows the strategy on the side of Evo's, right? Keep your head down and take that opportune moment to step one out there for some guaranteed points. And it looks like their flavor here is providing them that opportunity to step it up, because we started the day with a Evo's Divine Booyah, and we are right back in their court now. If this is the form Evo's Divine is going to show up here with today, Indonesia could just steal the show.
Yeah, let's see and how they do that. But let's take a recap on what's happening. This is where Bermuda United started off between Onyx Olympus, and they tried to chase, and they did manage to take down a few other teams. But the platform battle really is where all of those excitement really goes in, because both of the platforms has been taken. They started the engagement from both sides with a sniper, and with the portal goal makes it easier to cross over.
And of course, Reverse Red did fantastic in that final circle. This was the team that was looking for some solid points, because Reverse Red has barely done much today. I think if we look at their overall eliminations, every game it has been below 10. In fact, in Purgatory, if I'm not mistaken, they only walked away with 1 elimination, which is not like the usual Reverse Red. We started day 1 of Point Rush with them sleeping. They were dead last. We saw the rise of Reverse Red yesterday, but we just have not seen that consistency for the Reverse Red comeback. We saw Buriram overtake with that #1 spot. But even the Kings of Booyah today is struggling, which means everybody has a fair chance out there today.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's something really off, and what a time, especially for Buriram United to be on an off day, because off they were out. The number of booyahs they've grabbed, the number of points that they have, even in Point Rush, they were able to get that #1 spot. But Grand Finals, they're not showing up. So let's see as to what will be happening, as well as what will be happening in the interview for Evo's Divine.
Xin được cảm ơn các bình luận viên và quý vị thân mến. Như vậy là Esports Divine đã có Booyah thứ 2 trong trận chung kết ngày hôm nay. Một thành tích rất ấn tượng đúng không ạ?
Congratulations on your second Booyah of the Grand Finals today. Everybody, let's meet Esports Divine Aim God. Can you say hello to the audience, please?
Xin chào các bạn. Và câu hỏi đầu tiên mà tôi muốn dành cho tất cả các bạn là các bạn đang cảm thấy như thế nào sau Booyah thứ 2 của mình trong đêm chung kết ạ?
How are you feeling right now, Aim God, after the second Booyah?
Senang banget karena ini Buya kedua di Grand Final.
Belum gue translate. He said very happy because this is the second Booyah for our team.
Chúng tôi đang thật sự rất hạnh phúc vì đây là Booyah thứ hai của chúng tôi trong đêm chung kết ạ. Và câu hỏi thứ hai, các bạn có tự tin là mình sẽ trở thành những nhà vô địch trong trận chung kết ngày hôm nay không ạ?
Then Aim God, answering me. Do you confident enough to become the champion of Free Fire World Series SEA 2024 Spring?
Percaya diri nggak buat dapetin juara di turnamen ini?
Sangat percaya diri karena sudah Buya 2 kali.
He said very confident because I have second Booyah in today.
Chúng tôi vô cùng tự tin để có thể trở thành những nhà vô địch trong trận chung kết này vì chúng tôi đã có Booyah thứ hai rồi ạ.
Vâng ạ, một câu trả lời đầy tự tin đến từ Aim God. Vậy thì đến với câu hỏi thứ 3. Không biết là trong những map mà chúng ta đã vừa chơi thì map nào là map bạn cảm thấy bạn tự tin giỏi nhất? What is your power map in this game?
Apa power map kalian di game?
Kalahari yang tadi barusan Buya.
He said Kalahari.
Kalahari, I understand. So are you hoping that in the 6th game it will be Kalahari again?
Bisa nggak lu dapetin Booyah di Kalahari lagi? Kalau misalkan random mapnya Kalahari.
Insya Allah.
He said Inshallah, but I trust him.
I understand, thank you. Vâng ạ, và map mà các bạn yêu thích nhất cũng như là thuần thục nhất chính là Kalahari, đảo sa mạc. Và đó chính là Esports Divine Aim God. Và một lần nữa xin chúc mừng bạn đã giành lấy chiếc Booyah thứ hai ngày hôm nay ạ. Esports Divine!
Congratulations! Xin được chúc mừng Esports Divine với Booyah thứ hai trong trận chung kết. Và quý vị thân mến, ngay bây giờ Tuấn Đạt và Quỳnh Anh xin được phép kết nối với các bình luận viên của chúng ta trên những khoảnh khắc tiếp theo.
Thank you everybody for this interview. Now let's head back to the caster and following the stats.
And there we have it. Just heard a hope and a wish for Kalahari. And we were talking about that earlier, but not really the map for game number 6, but how the flight path would be rough. But you know how when we talk about something, it might happen. So it is possible that game number 6 would be played in Kalahari and Evo's Divine will be taking advantage of that.
But, you know, in the grand scheme of things, Evo's Divine hitting 2 Booyahs on one of their biggest days of gameplay is just absolute gold right now for Indonesia. Question is, can they keep this one up? Because we've seen many civil wars during the point rush stage for day 1 and day 2. The Indonesians just always have the same sort of a thought process. They end up encountering each other very early, snuffing the presence of each other out on the battlefield. So the only ones at this point of time that can stop them is the Indonesian region because of the way they rotate out there on the battlefield. If that is not the case, and if Buriram continues to struggle, then even low engagement matches can still end up being very beneficial for teams like Evo's Divine.
Oh, definitely. Couldn't agree more. But for Evo's Divine, I mean, they didn't put up so much. I believe they didn't put up so much in the elimination because they were left out in some engagement, especially in Final Circle. But Ray is our MVP right now. Again, the Steffi is making a huge difference overall into the battle. Most of the time, MVP shows up with the Steffi, and then the rest of the team's just a usual suspect. 8124 for Aim God as well as ABAX, and then a homer for the day. And as we look into their elimination, just 5 out of everything else, it's because they remain passive and they were just chasing for that Booyah as well as the placement point.
And as of this point, we are going to clearly see a very similar pattern here with the teams that go on all out there to walk away with the Booyah. Not necessarily a lot of eliminations, but the other teams that are trying their very best to make a comeback. Teams like Reverse Red, Saming, and Diamond, they take the spotlight with Diamond being in front with a total of 13 eliminations just between the two.
Yeah, I mean, a buy high for RRQ. getting 4 elimination, and we have to see later how many that adds up with the rest of the teams. For Bermuda United though, they have slowed down. They are not performing similar to what we've seen from knockout stage, and let's see if that will be turned around in the remaining matches. But as we go into the key players, 3 revive again, WAG taking this spot, and it is still unfortunate for them because they're not making good stride in this battle in the grand finals.
Yeah, they were challenged way too many times. I think multiple times WAG, they brought the revivals in, but every single time the player got revived, he got taken out again, but they did not give up. Unfortunately, Cyrus, he just had to be revived 3 times. Kosku, as usual, with those grenades, fires with the 3 times on the revive for his teammate as well. Expand was not having the best of days out there, best of games as well on Kalahari, and Saming with the 4th highlighted player. 20 eliminations out of the woodpecker, this time on Kalahari. No surprise, but my oh my, is that a high number?
Yeah, I mean, long-range engagement platform being taken, high ground, and even the chase that we saw earlier. The woodpecker has been proven to be a best weapon to use in Kalahari, and even some more on the snipes. But Trogon, Bison, when up close and personal, from what we've seen in the final circle, that is what you have to bring. Now, I am excited right now to see how it's going to end up in the overall standing, as well as how it's going to turn things around for the teams.
2 more games and 2 more matches will determine the fates of these teams, not just as to who's crowned the champion of Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Spring 2024, but also the top 8 teams that make it to the Esports World Cup. I am nervous, I am excited, it's a bag of emotions that are within me right now, but the most important thing here is for the players to not allow those exact same emotions to overwhelm them. 2 final games, you cannot afford to be nervous.
I mean, we are nervous right now, but let's get over to the break. We'll be right back after 5 minutes.
Wait, what the hell? Wait.
I did mention, and then...
Yeah. Usually you go stand. Nah, you did this one was like 3, 2. I'll be...
Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam, May 2024.
Two more games for us to determine exactly who gets to be crowned as the Kings of Southeast Asia. This is the Free Fire World Series SEA Spring 2024. My name is AJ. I'm the Mustache down here with Neptune the Gentleman Garcia, your two casters for the day. And my goodness me, some unexpected things have been happening today. Teams like EVOS Divine hitting the double booyah, PE Sports hitting the double amazing performance, and Buriram, the Kings of Booyah, not appearing much?
That's a lot of questions that's happening right now, and like even Reverse Red is not showing up. It's only Team Falcons that maintain their momentum, and up to how far? Because so much has happened already. Buriram United is still being expected by the teams, even the viewers out there, to do a comeback, but how much do they need? Even we don't know, because we were not shown of the overall standing, and that would be a surprise left for everyone towards the last match. So just need to take track of everything that's happened so far.
Yeah, I don't know. Why would you do that to me? You know, why would you do that to me, Karina? Why can't I see the points? I want to see the points. I want to know who's climbing up the leaderboard, but we are all in the exact same situation. None of us know what's happening at this point of time because we have lost information of all of the matches, and we are just going to take this one game at a time. Speaking of which, we only have two games left here. One is at Nexterra. The other one is absolutely random. Where do we go? And as you can see, there is a little bit of a performance building up here for certain teams like EVOS Divine, liking Bermuda and Kalahari. Although I have to say, Kalahari is just definitely not one of their best maps.
Yeah, I mean, it's not showing up. It's not their best map overall. Though there's so much that might be happening in the back end, as well as the pressure is building up towards the last two matches of this game. And as we can see, Nexterra is still being led though from the past by Buriram United, but they're not showing up this time. Even as many times that they have been shown as number one right here on each map, they are just not appearing to be the stronger team. Will it happen this time in Nexterra as well as game number 6? There's a huge question mark out there.
It's most definitely a huge question mark. As far as Team Falcons is concerned, they want to take that question mark and turn it into an exclamation mark and exclaim that they are the Kings of Southeast Asia. The consistency from the day has been mind-blowing after we have seen Team Falcons tortured, because this was the team that was known as CGGG in the first half of the knockout stage. They came back, they got acquired by a Saudi Arabian organization, and they were rebranded as Team Falcons. When they got rebranded as Team Falcons, this team just did not hit hard anymore. We couldn't really see massive booyahs, we couldn't see massive eliminations coming through from them, and we were wondering, what's up? Have they gotten a little complacent? Have they gotten a little bit too comfortable after maybe getting some Saudi Arabia money, if you know what I'm saying? But that is not the case. They were just biding their time, waiting for the most important week to pop off. And I can't wait to see exactly where that brings us as we set game number 5 up. Will Team Falcons be able to make that back-to-back-to-back-to-back performance possible?
Oh, that is a huge question indeed that needs to be answered by Team Falcons. But the only thing that I'm questioning right now is, will it be a good flight path? We've been shown, no matter how much we ask, of a cruel one, so that it would bring so much pressure for the team. But I guess Grand Finals is no time for that. It's more of how the teams are preparing and setting up each engagement a little bit too good. But Nexterra right now, there's so many compounds that can be used as a drop spot. Even if it will be a cruel flight path, it doesn't even matter.
Absolutely, and Miss Flight Path is still in a very good mood, sending the players right down the middle of Nexterra, opening up the full map for these drops. So hot drops should not be excused unless it is absolutely intentional, and whichever team attempting it gets to pull off a fantastic one. Reverse Red quickly scanning out Zipway. Usually Expand does drop into Zipway, so it's a very smart reposition for Expand, not choosing to contest for Zipway, dropping into Mortar Ruins instead, which should bring them into a possible skirmish with RRQ later on.
Let's see if that happens, but for now, Indostars will be going against Attack All Around, and Limit has reached his limit in this fight. Falky right now will try to move in as well, but Aiden Deer, shotgun in hand, not so good for Attack All Around, even against two, and Cold Shield from afar beats him out.
Let's see, how does Indostars manage the situation, because they've already taken down a couple of players from the side of Attack All Around. Poon God trying his best to run away. Question is, does he have enough money? Just needs one revival off of their pocket market. 46 players in the game, which should mean that one revival has been brought in already. We just did not see that on the screen. Poon God taking this risk because he knows that his job is already done. Liam up against him, and the Mag 7 will get the headshot, but no team elimination just yet, all thanks to Poon God and his revival.
Revival has been done, and Reverse Red will be stepping in against Indostars in where we saw them earlier. It was Vino going against Onyx Olympus, and this is what you were talking about earlier, the civil war that has been happening that would make it difficult for Indonesia to really move up, especially if it continues. But quick recovery being done from both sides. Expand, though, is trying to find a good loot as well as later a good position. For WAG, though, they're trying to get away from most of the engagement. The huge flank, even if they're already inside of the circle, this is only proof that they want to be really, really safe.
Can they, oh my goodness, Attack All Around out in 12 today is just really not the day for AAA. They've fallen from Greg's quite far now, and I thought that this would be the competition where we see them really make a name for themselves, but Attack All Around, they were one of the weaker teams out of Thailand, but now not even able to survive against the very hungry squads from the other regions such as Vietnam, Malaysia, as well as Indonesia.
Yeah, it's not looking good for them. Last time we saw them on the leaderboard where they are on 11th spot. And with that last match, they might have done a few more, but how high can they get? Probably not even crossing the left side of our page. But Diamond right now being spotted by WAG. The flank, though, did work for WAG this time. Diamond has been spotted as well, taken down by Cyrus. So the elimination is working for them, but they will be meeting up with Indostars as the gunshot has been heard, and they might be pulled in for a trap.
WAG up against Indostars. They do not have a vantage point here. 18 Deer with the Woodpecker will be putting on that pressure, and he stays behind as the sacrificial lamb for Indostars. And the rest of the players on the side of the Indonesian squad quickly abandon him. And WAG, they storm the front. But a lot of coins here on the side of Dolphin, but no helmet. But he gets that level 3 vest first just to protect his body. He knows that the headshots are probably going to get him down on the ground anyway. But in a CQC, he has to be careful.
Yeah, and those not being careful would be Evo's Divine right now, trying to challenge Stalwart Esports. But it's a good thing that the pickup can be done. ABAX, though, will be taken down once again, and they need to move away. Quick recovery being done onto ABAX, and Stalwart Esports right now is being reeled in. But Stalwart Esports might not be falling for this. Ray, though, a little bit too quick. Stop will be hit, but the glue wall has been pulled out.
What can the Indonesian White Tigers do? Can they pull a back-to-back booyah from this map? Not if Stalwart can help it. Stalwart definitely needs some solid points out there. So this has to be a very sticky situation for them. They're desperate for those points, but they don't want to make that mistake. Dew does give that back up for Caramel from afar. But it looks like Caramel's time might just be up. Dew, is he in a spot? And Caramel just does the work on himself. And Dew, the backup from afar does pay off. And stops Ray dead in his tracks. A full team revival comes on through. AIM got the final one here, and it looks like he's gonna expire shortly.
Oh my goodness, that is what Stalwart Esports is about. Now let's see if Team Falcons can survive this battle. Peter is knocked down and can be picked up. And let's see if Abai High and the rest of the team can go in for the battle. Abai High is just trapped in here in between a lot of blue walls. Legaloth managed to get away and can be the saving grace for this team. Abai High managed to take down On Fire and will be taken down as well. But Expand showing up on the other side of bridge.
Yep, they showed up and very quickly got put down. Axel needs to be picked up here, but one more is going to be playing a lot of pressure up against them. And CQC, one more does manage to get that snipe to connect. X-Roy back up on his feet. Captain Axel gets picked up by Kenz as well. The newest addition to the squad. Portal Go will help Expand quickly reposition back to the vending machine outside the safe zone.
Oh.
And it's a very patient play coming through here. Plays are stacking up against each other. Axel is going to pick... Oh my goodness. The fall of the captain equals the fall of X-Roy as well, who went in to help him out. But Kenz is there for the instant recovery off of the vending machine. But Portal Go!
No!
Falcons, they want to go in here for the finisher. The revival has come through already, but they just want to pick up more points.
Yeah, Bai's right now being spotted, and Kenz as well, but quick movement being done by Bai's to get away, only half on the HP, and there goes the takedown by Coscu. Coscu still going in for the hunt against Kenz, and Kenz will be beat down and pinched by the team. It's a good thing the takedown has been done to provide a little bit of distraction, and Team Expand is still alive though, despite of Kenz being taken down. The question is, where will they be dropping as well as looting? And as we go on to the other side, we have Bermuda United trying to take back a few points against WAG.
Oh my, WAG is really not having a good day at all. They just keep coming across monsters and they cannot sustain these battles. Brilliant, everybody, they fall once again. WAG out early. They do not climb away from the 12th spot.
Yeah, let's see as how will Bermuda United show up this time. And with 6 elimination, I mean, it's a good start for them. They are using the usual tactic that has been done by the other team, staying onto the edge of the circle, not really spotted because from some instances, they are first on the circle and they are being gunned down. So they are just playing safe right now. But when I say safe in the position in the map, but once they meet up an enemy, they become aggressive.
And you most definitely can say, once again, 2 teams thus far eliminated. And the Thai team's just making sure that they are not part of that equation or statistic. Like a lot tagged up, and Aim God makes it look way too easy. Coscu's just watching all of this break down from afar. And he's just going to be playing this a little bit patient because shots are just going to be wasted. A knock from such a distance is not going to turn into an elimination unless he's got a little bit of backup. And RRQ this time, they see a little bit of revenge play coming through from Reverse Red here as they pull in that recovery on Diamond and they come back in for once again a heavy engagement.
Saming right now going for the flank, might be able to spot the dudes and manage to tag him down. Exposé for the takedown as well, but the vending machine is there and the Bay High will be brought back. Now, in those stars right now, 5 elimination. Aggression is being lost from afar. It is Funa from Buriram United. And 80 Deer is trying to fire back, take a tag. But is that enough? 18 Deer will need to move as well because we are in the third phase going to fourth. And it will be closing in 35.
Alpine's Roy. Expand count outside the circle. Circle 3, soon to be Circle 4. This is gonna hurt. PE Sports being disturbed by Stalwart. Grenade after grenade sent up towards LBT. None of them finding that perfect connection, and LBT will not be scratched. The final grenade does tag him a little bit, but PE Sports still in a very comfortable position within this defensive compound.
See as to how will they be taken advantage of by Stalwart Esports, and they use the Portal Go to get ahead. They might be meeting against Onyx Olympus right now, but they have their sights on PE Sports as Buriram United getting a few more elimination. Might be the 10th right here if they get Lean out of the picture. There you have it, 10 elimination for Buriram United. They are on their way to catch up, taking out Indostars.
Indostars out. Expand one more revival. Buriram 10 eliminations strong, leading the lobby. And Expand once again. Luck's just not on their side. Every single player just keep getting caught with their pants down. And the lives just lost one after the other. PE Sports now sharing the same compound with Stalwart. This does not look good for PE.
But it is not the first time we've seen them play this game. As you can see, 4 buildings being taken by 4 teams. PE Sports will be the target by most of the team, them being on high ground, but a little bit of noise being done by Reverse Red right now, getting the attention of Onyx Olympus. Kiba on the hunt for who else will be peaking. Same goes for Gary, and don't cry, and the rest of PE Sports is trying to defend themselves. Funa managed to take down the Axel, eliminating the entire squad of Expand.
That's unfortunate for Expand, as it was their opportunity to really find a little bit of recovery in here to into the top 8, but it's not going to be the case for this game. They'll have to wait for the final one, and it needs to be a massive game for the Malaysian squad.
See if that will happen later on. Reverse Red right now moving in, trying to get a good vantage point against Onyx Olympus. Kiba spotted and taken down with 2 shots, but a pickup can be done. Nades might be blocked by the glue wall, and it is just a little bit of time that they need before they can go for the approach. But with those engagement, a lot of teams still surrounding them, they will be getting their attention.
Buriram looking for the next circle, and they did manage to turn around. Moshi did nick one player off of PE Sports. I hope PE Sports has a portal go, because they're quite a far distance away from this next safe zone. In front of them stands Buriram and Stalwart, and even if they do get past them, Reverse Red awaits them in their line of rotation. The Vietnamese squad in a lot of trouble.
Lot in trouble indeed. And trouble speaks with 8 teams still in this phase of the circle. Reverse Red, Onyx Olympus taking 1 compound, different levels.
Portal
PE
go?
Sports right now being taken, and a portal go straight into the heart of the battle next to Buriram United. Damage received right now, recovery being made, and Buriram United takes the same position that we saw earlier between Onyx and Reverse Red. So 4 teams in this area, but I think PE Sports might be able to survive this if they play it quietly.
Absolutely right. And PE Sports just did not have much of a choice. They had to just take this position. They couldn't go to the left, couldn't go to the right. In front was the safest bet for them, because that's exactly where the safe zone was. But now chaos all around them, as Onyx Olympus and Reverse Red are in the exact same compound. Behind PE stands Buriram. And Buriram, in order to make it in, they go from the outside, and they meet PE halfway through Wang An. Turn around to the right-hand side, but they pull out a good glue wall, and eliminated by the A124. Nero and Wasana down. The pickup not there just yet. Grenades coming through from everywhere. Get high, gonna get tagged out by the circle as well. Everybody goes down as Buriram unleashes the worst on them.
and they are all trapped in this tight corner, and Team Falcons just waiting for them. PE Sports eliminated, even get high. They didn't survive that carnage. The pickup can't be done. Onyx Olympus though surviving as well, but they still have to deal with reverse red, and only 2 remain. Only 1 point in elimination. It's not looking good for Onyx Olympus right now. Reverse red jumped them in. Buriram United, Moshi also in the fray, and Onyx Olympus being taken out.
Not looking great for Onyx, not looking great for Reverse Red, but looking fantastic for Team Falcons behind. Falcons still alive and kicking, but he was divine. He was divine. The White Tigers of Indonesia, they're doing a number on Team Falcons, and this is insane. This is the unthinkable. He was divine going for a back-to-back, a 3 booyah out of nowhere on this grand finals day. Falcons is out, all thanks to the assistance that the EVOS Divine players got out of Stalwart. Reverse Red still up against Buriram United. He was peeking on out. They know that Stalwart's going to be a little bit of a mess in here if they make it in. Reverse Red slowly stepping up against them as well. EVOS Divine, they've got the circle. Everybody will be attracted to the Indonesians.
Oh, as we see, Buriram United slowly closing in. It might be trouble for EVOS Divine, but they're playing the same tactics that we saw earlier. Container gameplay, just sticking it in there and not really showing up as they fire back against those who will be closing. Reverse Red right now will be the next target as Buriram United has been eliminated. Stalwart Esports though a little bit too strong, and they help out in taking down Reverse Red.
Stalwart 9 elimination strong. The pace gets slowed down once again. Pressure coming through from EVOS Divine. They want to shut down Reverse Red on the right hand side flank, but the glue walls are just too strong to get through. And they change their mind, they back away. Stalwart now on standby, waiting to see if or not they want to go in for the ambush. EVOS Divine, it's all about the timing. They can drop into the unlucky zone here if Reverse Red chooses to push them at the same time as Stalwart. That's not the case as Nameless gets dropped. The pickup is there. Ray backstab. Big one, and Ray drops Nameless. Sami goes down as well. Ray with the double. What a fight. And Stalwart shows up to steal away those eliminations. EVOS Divine does not get the best out of that initial engagement, but now it's up against Stalwart. EVOS Divine looking for the back-to-back booyah. Ray with the Bison once again, but a tight little corner. He barricades himself in with all of the glue walls, and the zone will leave him high and dry. It's all up to the medkit. It's all up to the horizon line. Ray desperately trying to hang on, pulls up another good glue wall, but he gets knocked down. Stalwart, one more player. EVOS Divine still survives the back-to-back booyah.
Back to back to booyah coming from EVOS Divine. They know how to play this game, and last time we saw Ray, he had 11 on the medkits right there. Rise the line, making sure that he survived a little bit longer, and Stalwart Esports was just surprised by the ending of that battle. The only question is, how will this be the game changer for the other teams who are hoping to get to the top 8?
This is the dominant force of Indonesia. Except that this time round, you did not see them take that number 1 seed, EVOS Divine. They lost out, unfortunately, in their local circuit, but they are right back in it to perform for all of us here on that Southeast Asian level. Let's see exactly where we get dragged on in here. As EVOS Divine, they're pretty determined to show that Indonesia cannot be counted out. Yes, Thailand may be a prime spot for a lot of the talents in Free Fire to call as home as the strongest ground, but Indonesia are trying to prove that they are a mighty force to be reckoned with as well.
Oh, definitely. I mean, the full support coming from the region themselves, and them having a lot of teams right here. It is just a different story this time in Grand Finals compared to what we've seen in the knockout stage, and EVOS Divine just showing up differently. White Tigers rising up, and I can feel the excitement. I can even feel what they felt earlier, because it's just so much of a crunch time in there with only 1 remaining and so many medkits to work with.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And you know, the craziest thing here is EVOS Divine was never the greatest threat in the competition. EVOS Divine was never, was never suspected as the biggest team out there. In fact, Onyx Olympus was the one that completed the grand finals in that number 1 spot, followed by RRQ Kazu. EVOS Divine was your second runner-up. They were in the 3rd spot, but now they are shining like the hope that Indonesia never ever saw coming, and they are very proud of that. I mean, some cheeky answers Gade has been able to provide us in the past whenever he was interviewed, and I'm very sure the cheekiness is just going to double up the next time we see one of their members up there on the stage with Yunsol shortly.
Definitely. I mean, I really love how it's turning up. Though they are asking for another one, but they did deliver just in this map number 5. And we'll have to find out, will it be another map that will be favoring them later on that game number 6?
Yeah.
Because it looks like they know how to play it to that final circle, but we'll have to see if the other teams can stop them. Because elimination-wise, though, the other teams are showing up like Buriram United. A lot of elimination have came up in this battle.
Absolutely right. And what's the craziest thing about EVOS Divine is that they're going to keep us guessing. We do not have a guarantee that EVOS Divine is going to be your champions by the end of the day, even though they've picked up 3 booyahs, even though they've picked up a back-to-back booyah now. Because yes, they're guaranteeing the 12 points from the placements, but their eliminations are not too fancy. They are not really popping off the way teams like Falcons or Reverse Red were going around picking up those eliminations in this matchup. They were playing a very passive game, just like Buriram United. It's just that they were a little bit more proficient in guaranteeing the 12 placement points.
Let's see and how will this end up. The excitement is really building as the pressure is also being built by the teams right here. But as we can see, even Reverse Red slowly climbing up, putting up a huge fight all over this game. And this is the moment when we have lost sight of Team Falcons, Stalwart Esports, as well as EVOS Divine, and they are the ones left behind together with Reverse Red.
Absolutely, and it's just shocking. The quality of the Indonesians shocking. As shocking, I would say, is the quality of PE Sports that we saw in the earlier part of the day. But is there any hope? Has PE Sports run out of gas? Are they all out of nitrous? Did they smash that button a little bit too early in this race and now allow a team like EVOS Divine that was just drifting behind them, overtaking them on the last bend here? And I think EVOS Divine overtaking not just PE Sports, right? But you've got a couple of the Thai teams there as well that may just lose their placing. But before we get into the numbers by the end of the game, we want to find out, what does EVOS Divine have to say about their solid booyah? Let's take it to you, Yunsol.
Và đó là booyah thứ 3 dành cho EVOS Divine. Congratulations on your 3rd booyah. Now, EVOS Divine Gede, can you say hello to the audience, please?
Bilang halo dong buat audiens. Oh, sorry, my mic. Oke, bilang halo dong buat audiens di sini.
Halo semuanya, salam kenal.
What did he say?
He said, hello.
Only hello. Oh.
Xin chào tất cả mọi người. Chắc có lẽ là bây giờ các bạn vẫn đang rất là lân lân, hạnh phúc, nên là chỉ biết gửi một lời xin chào rất thân thương đến tất cả quý vị thôi ạ. Và các bạn thân mến, cảm xúc của mình khi mà lần thứ 3 booyah trong trận chung kết là như thế nào ạ?
Get it now. How's your feeling? It's your 3rd booyah. Your team did an amazing job.
Apa yang lo rasain booyah ketiga kalinya di hari ini?
Wow, mantap.
He said, wow, mantap. Mantap is amazing in Indonesia.
Oh, mantap. Thank you.
Yeah.
Bạn cảm thấy vô cùng tuyệt vời ạ. Amazing. Wow. Và không biết là các bạn có một cái mẹo nào cho những chiến thắng của mình không ạ?
Since you guys achieved the 3rd booyahs already, may I ask our EVOS Divine, what is the tips here?
Apa tips dari EVOS Divine buat dapetin booyah?
Tipsnya sabar aja sih sama banyakin doa aja.
He said, my tip is play patiently and many pray.
Một trong những cái mẹo rất là đáng yêu cho những chiến thắng của họ là hãy kiên nhẫn với mục tiêu của mình. Và chúng tôi còn cầu nguyện cho những chiến thắng của mình nữa ạ.
It's very cute.
Và một câu hỏi cuối cùng nữa dành cho các bạn thôi. Các bạn có điều gì muốn nói với các fan của mình không ạ?
Since we are really close to the final match, only one more match to figure it out who is the champions. Do you have any words you want to say to the viewer and also your fans?
Apa yang mau lu sampein ke viewers dan juga fans di sana?
Tetap dukung kita ya, walaupun semisal kita nggak juara ya kita udah berusaha semaksimal mungkin.
He said, keep support us, even we cannot get champion, like this.
Các bạn ơi, các bạn hãy cổ vũ cho chúng tôi. Dù cho kết quả có ra sao đi chăng nữa, chúng tôi vẫn sẽ chiến đấu hết mình. Các bạn có đồng ý không ạ? Một tinh thần rất tuyệt vời. Và một lần nữa xin được chúc mừng Esports World với booyah thứ 3 trong trận chung kết. Và quý vị thân mến, bảng xếp hạng của chúng ta tới thời điểm hiện tại vẫn là một bí mật, đúng không Quỳnh Anh?
Vâng ạ.
Và bây giờ, quý vị thân mến, chúng ta hãy cùng tiếp tục hồi hộp để theo dõi trận đấu cuối cùng. Và ngay bây giờ, Quỳnh Anh và Tuấn Đạt sẽ xin được phép kết nối với các bình luận viên thân yêu của chúng ta ạ.
Thank you for following our interview. Everybody, it's only one more match to figure it out who is the champion of Free Fire World Series C 2024 Spring in this grand final. We will watch later. Now, let's head back to the caster and main your final match.
See, I told you, cheeky answers from G'day. You know you can bet on them for all of those very, very laid-back, chilled way of responding to questions, but they cannot fool me. I know for sure they are a little bit nervous. They're not nervous about going out there and performing. They're nervous about maintaining their consistency. This is something that EWOS Divine has never been able to guarantee us. But the one thing that the Indonesian teams have always been able to guarantee is staying very silent, getting into the final circle, and sneaking a booyah away. And that's exactly what EWOS Divine is kind of keeping up on their end. If the rest of the Indonesian teams are not going to do it, they are going to pick up the slack. And good on them, because that's just guaranteeing them a bigger slice of the pie out of the prize pool and a potential championship by the end of the day.
Yeah, let's see as to how much they can bring in, like what we are seeing right now from Aim God, the MVP of the game. 3 eliminations, 2,454 damage, 6 headshots, and 3 knockdowns. And with the A124 that we've seen earlier, I mean, it's a good chance they can use that in the approach, especially on that final circle. But the hidden gameplay really is one thing that won our hearts, even like the attention of the other teams. It started off from Bermuda United. This time EWOS Divine is using it not just once but twice.
Absolutely, man. I mean, the Car 98 being the star weapon in the hands of Aim God, that's a little bit shocking. They bring in the AA124, Homer, and Steffi. The capability to disable their opponents as well as to protect them from the rain of grenades that you most definitely can anticipate in the final circle.
Yeah, and that's one thing that we love to see right now. How can they play out this game, just surviving towards the end, and they're just going back to basic? And why not? I mean, it is a hard reset right now. They got the booyah, they were pushed down, and then they thought to themselves, why not just go back survivability, and then from along the way, that is where they get the elimination. That's total of 8 elimination overall, 20 points. That is a huge jump that they can get from the position that they have. But that's like, it's more on Bermuda United taking a lot of elimination, and that is what Funa is doing right now. 8 on the elimination. I'm pretty sure with the additional of 3 from Wasana, more will be coming from the rest.
Absolutely. This is exactly what PE, Onyx, and EWOS Divine need to watch out for. They are picking up little by little those points and climbing up the leaderboard. They may sneak away the booyahs, but it is the Thai players that are dominating the elimination leaderboard all around there. And you know those points are going to allow them to catch up or potentially even overtake you on the overall leaderboard. But let's take a look at some of the key players here as well. Abax with the 3 times that he got revived in this matchup. Divine definitely struggled, but still made it very possible to get into the final circle and get the booyah as well. 9 grenades from Coscu, due with the survival time of 998 seconds, and of course Nameless with a 28 blue walls pumped out.
And in this game, it is still the Woodpecker that is start with 17 elimination, followed by the Trogon with 13 and 10 coming from the Bison. And we've seen a lot more coming from different weapons overall, but the usual suspect would be this three, especially in how they ended that battle. And I'm really looking forward to which map they will be playing in later on. Would it be where the Woodpecker would rise once again, especially if they have been brought in back to Kalahari?
Absolutely. And of course, Woodpecker being the star here is no surprise whatsoever. Like you said, being the star at Kalahari is a case as well. If we do have either Nexterra or Kalahari being brought back as our final random map, I think EVOS Divine is going to smile.
Definitely a smile indeed. I mean, they're smiling right now and even so happy. But let's get over the wait. Let's see as to where we are going to be brought in game number 6 in a bit. We're going to jump in and take a look at our random map selector. And this brings a lot of excitement because like for EVOS Divine, they've taken 3 Booyahs already and they've picked out 3 maps out of 6 or out of 5. So they might be able to see one more, especially favors them based on their tactics.
And of course, we cannot count out the kings of Booyah themselves. Buriram has yet to pick one up for themselves. So perhaps this is going to be the game where they make that comeback. Perhaps Team Falcons will make a push to go all the way with the championship run. Perhaps one of the Vietnamese squads might make a last stand as we head on into Alpine. It's the only thing cold here is going to be the cold hearts of the players. We're going to be gunning for the top, eliminating everyone mercilessly ahead of them as they spot those players on the battlefield.
We might be seeing PE Sports popping up once again because from game number 3, they grabbed that Booyah, but we cannot take it away from the Kings of Alpine. Buriram United has taken the most Booyah in this map, 9 to be exact, 238 on eliminations, 422 in the total points. We still have Team Falcons who, before when we saw that overall standing was just in the second, very close against PE Sports, and they're still doing a lot of work to maintain that spot.
What worries me is not only Buriram, but also seeing Falcons here in the top 3 because they have been the most consistent team and they are one of the only teams here who are really using their point rush additional head start points very wisely, making sure they hustled in point rush, making sure that hustle continues here on the final day of grand finals just to give them a little bit of a bump up right now. They may have not been able to secure those Booyahs just like EVOS Divine, but the eliminations are still going to be heavy on the side of Team Falcons.
Yeah, let's see if that would still be the same for the team. We're going to jump in for the flight back to the chilly lands of Alpine. And it's going to be ice cold teams going in for this battle as the flight is about to begin. Will it be a good timed flight path? I know that's always been the question from day number 1 up until today, especially as we've been shown cruel flight path and the possibility, the probability, 1 out of a day might happen.
Show no mercy, Miss Flight Path, as we head back in to Alpine. The final game, the final map, the final match to determine who gets crowned as the kings of Southeast Asia. RRQ and Expand. Looks like they are off to a very heated start against each other at docks.
Yeah, and also a few teams in base camp is dropping in. It's Reverse Red as well as Onyx Olympus, and close next to them would be WAG. Sunside will be taken by a few players from Attack All Around as some will be moving into Militia, and PE Sports will be scanning and spotting the players from the other side. Now, Expand right now, still safe. No damage received just yet, but Maal has been spotted. Let's see if Faiz can take advantage or will take advantage of this.
Vietnam has always been the weaker region when you compare them to the rest of the regions that you currently see here at FFWS SEA. But the performance of PE Sports today has just shown that you can never count them out. But could they perhaps make this one final dash to that #1 spot and allow their fates to forever be changed? $100,000 US can really push your organization for a very, very long time.
Oh, definitely. And they will be getting a few more, especially once they step into a bigger stage later on, improve themselves and show up most of the time. But speaking of showing up, we have a team who showed up against Reverse Red and took them out a little bit early into this game number 6. And there's really not so much trouble and problem for Reverse Red, because sure enough, even if they don't make it in top 8, we will be seeing the players on the next stage.
Oh yeah, I totally forgot about that, right? Because Reverse Red is already invited to the Esports World Cup. And technically speaking, if Reverse Red do end up in the top 8, that means the top 9 teams will be brought to Riyadh.
Yes,
so that's a bonus.
I mean, the race is still on though for the prize pool, so they don't want to be lagging behind. But well, they have been taken out. There's not so much that they can do. It's just to hope that they can get enough of the points to get higher in their rankings. Then the get back against Ray will be done by Bay High. But from afar, we have G'day helping out, but that is ABAX who stopped Bay High.
Wow, beautiful stuff out of EVOS Divine here. And RRQ just had nothing on them in that engagement. Just true backup. Everybody's just playing off of their intentions as well as reactions out there on the battlefield. Not a lot of time to think. Just have enough time to act and move along with the safe zone. Indostars chilling around. They don't really have a need to push for a all-out rotation just yet. They've got enough money to buy themselves those portal goals and ensure that at least the next engagement that they have, they are in the advantage.
Yeah, and at this point, well, it looks like everything will be slowing down compared to what we've seen in the first few matches of this day, which is really expected. And we don't know really what the risk will be, the teams will be taking, as we don't have visibility as to where they are right now in the terms of the leaderboard. But as we can see, they just have to play it well, play it by ear, as well as go for the usual rotation of the other team if they want to take advantage. But Expand might be meeting up with Stalwart Esports. Will not be looking good, as X-Roy will be spotted.
X-Roy is getting a little too cheeky here, pushing a little bit too far out. Not waiting for the rest of his team members. He's lucky Caramel did not take that flank. Stop's going to get tagged up. Caramel saw X-Roy and his position. Dew is already flanking on the right-hand side, the left of Expand, which is going to be putting players like X-Roy and Fies in a lot of trouble if he can find those connections. And Roy very carelessly pushing on forth. And he doesn't get caught out just yet. Let's get tagged up a little bit. Stop. Half his HP lost already. And X-Roy all alone. M1887 in his hands. Axel joins them as well. But who's going to back up Mr. Roy downstairs?
I mean, it's just dependent on who will be dropping in here. The idea here is Roy to provide distraction while the rest of the teams get information from the surrounding area. But Stalwart Esports smart enough to know that might happen. They get close into the walls so that they will not be spotted with those moving in on the rooftops. But Caramel might be able to see them from some of the windows out there. But the Axel is just moving out together with Crime just to make sure they will not be spotted by Dew.
Dew out in the open, but keeping an eye on Expand. Fies circling around. Could this be the... No, Dew spots him first. Fies' ambush is not going to be very possible here because Dew just has those IQ plays. He knows the terrain like the back of his hands. And it's actually very good here that Expand has not lost anyone just yet. It shows that they do have a certain level of command of this area. Now, taking down the defenses of Dew is going to be crucial here for Axel to nail him down, but Axel just does not have the right gun for the occasion. The M82B that could have been so effective in this situation, and that's the gun Dew has, and you see what it does behind those blue walls.
Definitely. I mean, that could have been Ju going down if the weapon has been switched. Another one goes down. It is X-Roy. And let's see as to what will be done as WAG joins them in the punch. The Axel will be taken down by Clarion. And Alan right now booing a little bit of health. And Stalwart Esports will be left behind. Ju spotted Alan for a headshot. But Cyrus goes down, will be picked up.
A big one for Alan there. Now, Crime is going to get caught by Dolphin. WAG just walking into this party uninvited and probably going to be the champions of this engagement. The players all appearing to make sure they gatekeep Stalwart. The portal go has been used by WAG to cross on forward into the circle. Saifa spotted by Alan. Just like how he took Dew out of the equation. Could be looking to do the same thing to Saifa as well. AWM, one shot finds the connection. And Saifa still has not topped his health right back up, and Dolphin manages to get the follow-up.
Cyrus right now trying to stop on his heels, but Cyrus goes down, and Clarion takes down, stop, and help them out. Now, Stalwart Esports will be moving away, but I don't think not too far away because a vending machine is just in that compound. For PE Sports, though, they stayed outside of the blue, takes down one from RQ, and they will be moving out, probably looting a little bit more, and they need to move fast because the closing of the phase will be happening now.
Expand. I don't know if or not they're going to get lucky here. They are looking for that vending machine. Looks like Faiz finds it. Gets the revive on X-Roy. X-Roy might be dropping into the exact same compound here. Stalwart is within this compound. Onyx Olympus rotating out. Roy's just going to get sniped out of the air if he makes one wrong move.
Yeah, I'll have to find out as to where they'll be moving. WAG, though, showing up differently. They are the elimination leader in this map. And followed by, I'm not mistaken, Onyx Olympus with 4 elimination. But good position being done by Onyx Olympus. On the other side, Stalwart Esports being heard as they take down some of the players from WAG. But Alan is back in play. And Caramel has been taken out.
Narrow. Alongside Don't Cry. A very quick stop to Stalwart's rotation away. And PE Sports are the final players to put that bullet in the coffin for Stalwart. And it looks like Stalwart's rise to become champions of this competition just dies right there.
Let's see as to how the rest of the teams are moving in. And those stars a little bit too quiet, lost their aggression, doesn't really want to lose it. And attack all around right now with 3 elimination coming from Limit. Yes, they are just taking advantage of distance that they have. Roy, X-Roy from Expand being taken down by Wasana from afar. And I'm pretty sure there's a few more coming from this team. But Budem United taking a safe route all throughout this map. They want to grab that booyah as well as a lot of elimination along the way.
They most definitely are capable of doing that. For some reason, though, they have not done so throughout the day. The Kings of Booyah, for the first time, struggling to find one. And more importantly, struggling to find those eliminations that they usually stack up like monsters as they go through compound to compound.
Yeah, and they struggle to find that one member from Expand who was just hiding out in there. And Budem United just missed him by a few. But PE Sports right now will be in their crosshairs. Don't Cry is a little bit too late on rotation. And let's see if they will be able to survive and get away from the clutches of Budem United.
I think they most definitely did. I think there was a portal go usage here by PE Sports. And they disappeared off to the left-hand side. And what a quick reposition by the Vietnam squad. You got to respect that. The foresight to not look for these engagements as they are looking for the safe zone. That's something that the other teams definitely need to learn from. But Team Falcons, one of the threats for the Vietnamese team, walking away the champions. If Team Falcons is ended right here, right now, EVOS Divine might stand a chance to become champions themselves.
We'll have to see. This is one of the few instances that we're seeing a bridge camp, but PE Sports right now, no camping is happening. They are going against WAG. Wang Han has been taken down, but for the side of WAG, we are seeing a lot of aggression, a lot of firepower, especially as Alan has been introduced. Don't Cry trying to recover, and LBT goes down. Here comes Don't Cry to the rescue. Will he be able to go in? The glue wall to pick him out, and there goes the takedown. Don't Cry, mini Uzi in hand, just dealing with the damage with the zone, as well as a few more needs to be done by PE Sports, but pick up on Wangan can make them 4 and strong.
A great recovery coming through from PE here. Now, Alan trying his best to run away, but the portal go is not set too far away from this location. LBT just lagging a couple of seconds before he catches up, and Alan just setting up a trap on the opposite side. LBT does manage to get sprayed down here with the M1887, and Don't Cry coming in to finish off the job. The vehicle just busts through the player, and WHE out. All thanks to PE Sports, their brothers from Vietnam.
PE Sports right now, I love how they're showing up, not just for this match, but also from before they grabbed that booyah and high that second place from the other game. PE Sports really in a chase. Motivation is on them, momentum is on them as well. But Evo's Divine had 3 booyahs already, and they know how to find the final circle. And this time, still playing the passive approach, but they have more elimination right now.
Buriram again catching up with PE Sports. Can they get away this time though? PE. Oh, beautiful portal go usage. PE says no, not now, not today. Bye-bye, sir. Wasana goes in for the chase. Will they be able to punish him? They barricade Wasana out of their own compound. Great blue wall usage. The rest of the Buriram players do not come in for the chase just yet. You can see them try to pull away. Onyx Olympus right behind as well. This battle happens outside the next safe zone. Blue is moving. The circle is going to force Buriram and PE Sports in. Chaos is about to ensue.
Oh, I love how it is turning out right now. Buriram United will still have a little bit of trouble because it's not only one player from Expand who's waiting for them, but Evo's Divine, who is really chasing for another booyah. Onyx Olympus will be moving in probably onto the side on that vending machine for recovery and revival of the teammates. 4th phase up the circle. 8 teams remaining, and the battle is just happening on the edge.
LBT on the outside. Wasana showing up strong. Narrow down. Wangan frames out Wasana with a Mag 7. Don't Cry. Getting in those tags. But unfortunately, Funa with the bison just way too strong. LBT with the M1887. You cannot miss this shot. He steps on out, pulls out yet another glue wall to keep Funa on the other side of this barrier. But PE Sports have already suffered losses. They need to back away.
Need to back away indeed, and as well as move into the safe zone. Go Chill trying to defend themselves against the team who's rushing into the compound, and that is just PE Sports. Team Falcons distance themselves from afar and might be meeting up RRQ though, but this is a good plan for Team Falcons to just get away from all the engagement that's happening.
Absolutely. Evo's Divine. Can they stay alive? Aim got down. Expand out in 8th. RRQ taking the spot shots at Evo's Divine. Buriram now focusing on Indostars. And it looks like PE Sports have managed to survive for a while, but LBT losing his standing, losing his life. 7 teams still alive and kicking. And PE Sports, I believe, one final player out there on the battlefield. Indostars taking the fight up against Evo's Divine, and Buriram hopping on in for this action as well.
Don't Cry. We saw a glimpse of Don't Cry earlier, and he's a survivor of the team. Wasana, though, is not surviving this battle. Everything's happening, but Wasana cannot do anything. Funa right now received a little bit of damage as he fires back against the teams who are in here. Evo's Divine take advantage of the situation. Even Moshi goes down, and that is Team Falcons from afar doing a lot of stealing and elimination. Not even spotting RRQs in front of them, but we still are yet to see how Indostars going to survive.
Oh, this is just all out chaos, man. 19 more players alive and kicking. PE Sports, Don't Cry. The MVP for PE for sure. Can he continue surviving? Can he give them all of those placement points that they're looking for? Desperately, they try to survive, but PE unfortunate as Evo's Divine finds them outside. But Buriram exits the lobby before PE. That's a surprise.
Yeah, that is a surprise, and that would help them a lot. Falcons right now still alive and kicking. They distance themselves from battle that's happening earlier. Jack takes down Kochil with a grenade launcher, still using it as a finisher, and might be able to take down Evos, but no! Grenade takes him out, and he was just inflicted so much against himself, only leaving Gary and keeping behind.
Team Falcons looking for that booyah. If they hit this booyah, I think it's guaranteed that they are the champions. But EVOS Divine can try to change things around here. But no, Falcons do not allow them that recovery. EVOS Divine down and out. 4v2. Falcons now. The unthinkable. The impossible. C-Triple-G got acquired. They came back showing everyone that they were weak, but only to rise up to the occasion on the grand finals of FFWS SEA. We may just be looking at our champions, Team Falcons, as they set themselves up for the Esports World Cup.
Oh my goodness. C-Triple-G is now flying high as Team Falcons final match, final elimination, final chance to take that #1 spot. And it is possible really, as you mentioned, they will be the champions of this season of FFWS Southeast Asia. We just have to find out how will that end up later.
Oh man, they took away the data sheet from us. We don't know what's happening. We really don't know. We don't know how many points exactly PE Sports got off of those other two games. We don't know how many points EVOS Divine managed to collect in the past two games. Okay, the previous game, I know we calculated it was 20. The game before that as well, potentially around 20 as well. And EVOS Divine got into that final circle, but we are not privy to exactly how many eliminations they had on their side. Falcons, on the other hand, have showed up into that final circle time and time again. Even though EVOS Divine took away those booyahs, it was Team Falcons that was showing up on the elimination feed. So although they don't walk away with the guaranteed 12 points, they were guaranteeing some other form of points through those eliminations for themselves, which can definitely exceed what the 12 you get from the #1 spot.
Oh, the excitement. When I thought the beginning of the day, that's where the excitement really builds up. It's just this moment because we don't know what's going on in the numbers. We usually we usually do because we have that reference. We know how the story goes based on how they perform from what we've seen and how the numbers show it. But everyone is in anticipation. Everyone is just waiting for the moment that will show who really grabbed the championship based on the result of 6 matches for today.
We can be confident, but how confident can one be when one does not have any visibility on the leaderboard at all whatsoever the past 3 games? Because so many things could have happened in those 3 matches. So many things did happen in those 3 matches. You know, shockers, surprises, and PE Sports, they are just praying. They are absolutely praying for some sort of a miracle here that they managed to scrape through. I mean, good on these boys. Although they do not get the championship at the end of the day through all of that effort, the one thing they can guarantee themselves is a spot in the Esports World Cup, which is huge for Vietnam, and a decent slice of the pie out of this prize pool available for us. 300,000 US dollars on the line.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, one thing that I remembered before we've taken out visibility of anything is PE Sports in the knockout stages, they were averaging 10 placement per week. And the best week that they have is week number 3, where they were able to position themselves on the 8th spot. But it still went down in there, but was able to maintain their top 12 position to get into grand finals. Given that, there is a lot of pressure because they might be pushed down before the knockout stages happen, but they're also taking advantage of that to show that other teams can beat them down, where it doesn't really matter as long as they stay afloat and get to the grand finals. This is the time though where they are grabbing in onto the oars and they are just pushing their ship towards their goal.
Oh yeah, truly indeed, man. And of course, if Team Falcons manages to do this, I think it's going to be the first ever time they are winning a major for themselves. And now I'm not talking about the brand Team Falcons itself, because they used to be known as C-Triple-G. Now that team, was not really a tough contender. They were capable of picking up the third spot, right? Because when we saw the Free Fire World Series 2023, we saw this squad come through as the second runner-up, walking away with $65,000 in their pockets. And then when they returned, they were the runner-up of the Thailand Spring 2024 tournament. And then we saw the ESL Snapdragon Pro Series come through as well, where they did manage to take the third spot in the challenge season. And during the Mobile Masters, they came crashing down. They did take a big slice of the pie in the prize pool, but only 6th place they managed to acquire for themselves. But they have proven time and time again that they are one of the lethal dominators out of the Thai region. And all thanks to that, they got acquired by the Falcons Esports organization out of Saudi Arabia. Now, the kind of support that you can get when you get acquired by such a huge organization is just unthinkable, right? And these boys, they made it look like it made no effect. In fact, it had a negative effect on Team Falcons because they returned after the acquisition of a 2 weeks break and they performed the worst that we have ever seen out of them.
Yeah, I mean, it is just quite amazing on what we've seen from this team. Team Falcons really have flew high despite of all the journey that they have. And there's a lot of storyline really that can be told. And it's really motivating. We have a lot of viewers out there who are just casual players, who are just idolizing these teams, these players, who doesn't know their story, the journey. Yes, they might have a hint, but how they struggle towards the end, they're just showing what's happening, their performance here in the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia. But once we track them, it is not it's not all Christmas, it's not all good from then, but they learned a lot.
Absolutely, man. And of course, this was such a chaotic game. So many of those teams just huddled up in a tiny little spot, and Team Falcon said, yeah, okay, all right, we'll take the opposite side of this battlefield. They stayed away, they stayed out of those fights, and they were just nicking away elimination after elimination, stealing a few off of the other teams, and of course, downing the players of RRQ as well. And by the time they reached that final encounter with Onyx Olympus, they had a decent number of eliminations on their side already, right? For a total of 10, they walk away this game with 22 points. But Onyx Olympus, they almost got a little bit of a smile there for themselves as well with a booyah.
Oh, yeah. And let's see as to how this is going to end up. I mean, we love to build the story. We love to tell the story of the team, but it's more of the happy ending that would make up a lot of difference for this team. It's not just the ones who's grabbing the top 8 who's moving over to the Esports World Cup, but how will they get there based on their standing in this competition. This pretty much the $100,000 will help. But for those who will be in top 8, how much will they be taking in? How much will that affect their race onto the next level?
I mean, as long as you have made it into the final week, the minimum salary that you take from FFWS is $10,000, which is already huge. Every single team in the top 12, they get a minimum of 10,000 USD. And then the amount just goes up higher and higher and higher. 8th spot onwards gets 12,000 USD. 6th spot onwards gets 15,000 USD. You take 4th place or 3rd place, 20,000 USD. Runner up, 40K. And of course, the winners, 100,000. Everybody wants the 100K. But even if you don't touch that, you're still walking away with a lot of money out of FFWS SEA.
Oh, definitely. And let's not take it away as well. There's another prize that will be given out for the MVP of the season, and that is also amounting to $4,000. But before we get there, let's head over to the MVP of this match, and none other than one more, because he adds one more to his elimination. One elimination, 1671 on the damage, though no headshots and 3 knockdown. He bears the Iris this time and the sniper with the Arvan that has been proven very effective. We saw that earlier from Stalwart Esports 2 when he was being flanked by Faiz. And yeah, this is how the snipers can make work of their position, as well as how they can lead to the good communication of the team.
Yeah, Falcons finishing in the 3rd spot. in the knockout stage, losing their second place to Reverse Red, who made a tremendous climb, and of course Team Falcons faltering in the second half of the knockout stage. But you can see all of that was a great ruse. That was a fake to make everybody else think that they are a weak team that does not to be focused on, but they make that strong comeback. One more, like you said, with the Iris was so deadly out there with the AWM, although this is not really the team that was focusing on a lot of eliminations in this game, even though they're capable of doing so.
Yeah, I mean, in a bit, we're going to see the rest of the team's elimination as well as how they dealt with this engagement. But Tatsuya has been proven to be a good weaponry, good character rather by the players. But we've seen some who change, geared away from Tatsuya because they find it much easier to stay in to the next phase. But as we go in, the one more is our MVP. We have On Fire with 4 elimination, Peter with 3, and Kosku with 2, and that would add up to a total of 10 points in elimination.
22 points, including the Booyah that they've taken. But will the 22 points be enough to overwhelm EVOS Divine and their performance? Would that be enough to drown out PE Sports? We'll have to wait and see. Don't Cry chipping in with those eliminations as well, but he could not overtake Jack, the one to get that number 1 spot with the 5 eliminations from this match.
You have Gardu right here from Onyx Olympus with 3 elimination, and Limit from Attack All Around, same with 3 elimination. But I really love how Don't Cry managed to survive a little bit longer. Hopefully that can be carried by the rest of the team as well. But again, there must have been a decision right there that if there will be someone who will be left behind and another one to provide distraction, Don't Cry would be the first one. And that's just how it worked, because Don't Cry can manage. He did so earlier. He tried to do it again in the last match, and that's what led PE Sports to take that number 1 spot after that map number 3.
3 long months of going through multiple battles. When we started off the grand finals, we had completed 120 screams of booyah for all of the teams who have battled out there. They earned this spot in the final week. And what a beautiful final week conclusion we have come down to. We are all in mystery. But of course, none of this can be possible without the highlighted key players out there as well. Abey High, unfortunately, struggling as he had to be revived 4 times in this matchup. Damage, oh god. Allen from WAG, 2,296 total damage. Get High with the 20 glue walls. And Kiba just being forced to bring in his teammates one after the other, back to back.
I love how Allen shows up and just made a huge difference for WAG. I mean, if in case Allen was there from the earlier parts of the competition, and he have already done so much just like this in the grand finals, they might not have struggled previously, even in Point Rush. But yeah, well, we'll have to leave that to the next battle, because in this engagement, the Woodpecker reigned with 18 elimination. That is a 10 elimination lead against the Trogon.
Absolutely, man. And of course, the teams that made good use of this were not even the teams that showed us the dominance on Alpine. The Kings of Booyah showed up with no Booyahs today. I think instead of other teams improving, this was the biggest shocker for me. Buriram was a no-show.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Probably they're just giving away the chance for the $100,000. But we're going to hear from the Booyah interview right now, so let's bring it over to Yunsul and the host.
Tâm thế của đội mình trước khi bước vào trận chung kết đó chính là sẵn sàng cạnh tranh chức vô địch với tất cả các đội tuyển khác.
Yang pasti kita pengennya juara, bantai-bantai tim Thailand lah pokoknya.
Target expand sentiasa untuk memberikan yang terbaik dan mendapatkan kedudukan yang bagus, iaitu top 1, dan juga untuk mendapatkan tiket untuk ke Esports World Cup pada Julai ini.
Là một đội chủ nhà, mình sẽ cảm thấy khá là buồn và thất vọng nếu Việt Nam thất bại.
Có ไม่ต่างอะไรจากไทยเลยครับแต่ผัดกะเพราที่นี่อร่อยมากครับ
Vietnam so amazing. Vietnam tuh budayanya tuh sangat menarik ya. Apalagi keluar dari Indonesia tuh budayanya tuh sangat berbeda. Terus sekalinya atmosfernya ke Vietnam tuh langsung berbeda, sangat unbelievable aja.
ก็เวียดนามมีบรรยากาศที่แบบดีครับเหมือนประเทศไทยแล้วก็มีอาหารที่เยอะดีผมน่าจะลองทุกอย่าง คิดยังไงกับเวียดนามบ้างหนึ่งครับอาหารอร่อยมากครับแล้วก็รถมอไซค์ครับตอนแบบว่าจะข้ามถนนครับก็จะไม่เหมือนที่ไทยครับแล้วก็บ้านเขาก็ใส่หมวกกันทุกคนครับ
Sejujurnya selaku tim tunggal yang mewakili Malaysia, kami memikul tanggungjawab yang lebih besar kerana untuk tidak menghampakan fans-fans yang berada di Malaysia. Salah satu cabaran terbesar bagi Expand adalah untuk mencari partner training selama berada di sini.
Mungkin dari pengalaman ya, apalagi kan kita melewati banyak hal dalam knockout step maupun sampai ke grand final ini. Kita melewati banyak proses, maka dari itu gue nggak bisa ngelupain ini.
Yang pasti kita belum senang banget karena kita belum nyampai tujuan kita. Yang pasti kita pengennya juara baru kita bisa senang-senang.
ก็มีความสุขดีครับเพราะว่าได้เล่นเกมกับเพื่อนๆได้แข่งกับเพื่อนๆแล้วก็สนุกมากครับได้ร่วมทำกิจกรรมด้วยกันหลายๆอย่างครับ
Quý vị thân mến, chúng ta hãy cho những chiến binh của chúng ta những tràng pháo tay thật nồng nhiệt được không ạ? Họ đã chiến đấu rất hết mình và đã cống hiến cho chúng ta những trận giao tranh rất kịch tính trong đêm chung kết ngày hôm nay.
They did a very good job. Everybody played their best in this grand final of Free Fire World Series SEA 2024 Spring in this grand final. And I absolutely proud all of them and really honored that me and Mr. Tuấn Đạt being a part of this tournament.
Và quý vị thân mến, ngay sau đây sẽ là giờ phút mà tất cả chúng ta đều đang vô cùng mong chờ. Và chúng tôi xin được mời toàn thể quý vị hãy cùng hướng mắt về màn hình lớn để chờ đón xem đội tuyển nào sẽ là nhà vô địch của giải đấu Free Fire World Series SEA 2024 Spring.
This is the moment we have all been waiting for. 3 games. And now, we invite you to have a look on the big screen to see which team will be the champion of Free Fire World Series SEA 2024 Spring.
Và xin được chúc mừng đương kim vô địch của giải đấu Free Fire World Series SEA 2024 Spring, đó chính là team Falcons.
Congratulations to the champion of Free Fire World Series SEA 2024 Spring in this grand final. Welcome, Team Falcons!
Quý vị thân mến, đến với giải đấu là tư cách hạt giống số 1 của khu vực, được coi là một trong những ứng cử viên hàng đầu cho chức vô địch. Họ đã không để chúng ta thất vọng với màn trình diễn đầy thuyết phục, khẳng định vị thế của mình tại khu vực Đông Nam Á. Và họ xứng đáng với chiếc cúp này sau những thời gian thi đấu khắc nghiệt và đầy cạnh tranh.
Entering the competition as the first seed from SEA, having been regarded as one of the strongest competitors for the title, they delivered a strong performance that solidified their place in Southeast Asia. They do really deserve this trophy after a long road with so many competitors that they have to fight. Please raise your trophy, Team Falcon!
Xin được chúc mừng nhà vô địch của chúng ta, Team Falcons. Khoảnh khắc vô cùng tự hào và xứng đáng cho tất cả những nỗ lực của các bạn.
You guys deserve all of this. Please enjoy this moment together.
Và xin được trân trọng kính mời ông Đặng Danh Tuấn, đại diện Cục Thể dục Thể thao, Bộ Văn hóa, Thể thao và Du lịch sẽ lên sân khấu để trao bảng giải thưởng trị giá 100.000 đô la Mỹ cho đương kim vô địch giải đấu Free Fire World Series SEA 2024 Spring Team Falcons.
Allow me to invite Mr.
Và xin được kính mời ông Nguyễn Ngọc Hồi, Phó Giám đốc Sở Thông tin và Truyền thông Thành phố Hồ Chí Minh sẽ lên sân khấu để trao giải thưởng là suất tham dự EWC cho đương kim vô địch giải đấu Free Fire World Series SEA 2024 Spring Team Falcons.
Allow me to invite Mr. Đặng Danh Tuấn, representative of the Sport Authority of Vietnam, Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism to the stage to award the prize worth 100,000 USD for the champion of Free Fire World Series SEA 2024 Spring. Invite Mr. Nguyễn Ngọc Hồi, Deputy Director.
Và xin được trân trọng cảm ơn ông Đặng Danh Tuấn và ông Nguyễn Ngọc Hồi một lần nữa. Và quý vị thân mến, Free Fire Esports là một bộ môn thể thao điện tử đồng đội, nhưng những khoảnh khắc ngôi sao là điều không thể thiếu để đem sự kịch tính đến với trận đấu và tiếp lửa tinh thần cho đồng đội. Và ngay sau đây chúng ta sẽ cùng vinh danh tuyển thủ đã xuất sắc trở thành MVP của chung kết giải đấu Free Fire World Series SEA 2024 Spring. Chúng ta hãy cùng nhau chúc mừng cho tuyển thủ Wasana.
Free Fire Esports is a teamwork gaming. The star moments of a player are essential for adding the heat to the match and fueling teammate spirits. Congratulations, the player Wasana from Buriram United Esports on becoming the MVP of Free Fire World Series SEA 2024 Spring Grand Finals.
Và chúng tôi xin được trân trọng kính mời ông Mai Bá Hùng, Chủ tịch Liên đoàn Thể thao Điện tử Thành phố Hồ Chí Minh sẽ trao bảng giải thưởng MVP trị giá 4.000 đô la Mỹ cho tuyển thủ Wasana đến từ Buriram United Esports.
Please allow me to invite Mr. Mai Bảo Hùng to the stage, please.
Và xin được trân trọng kính mời ông Heron Theo, Giám đốc sản phẩm Garena Free Fire sẽ lên sân khấu trao cúp được tài trợ bởi nhãn hàng Yomos.
Allow me to invite Mr. Harold Thiel, the Garena Free Fire producer, to the stage to give him the MVP trophy, sponsored by Yomos.
Quý vị thân mến, những khoảnh khắc vô cùng tự hào. Và một lần nữa xin được chúc mừng các nhà vô địch và xin được chúc mừng MVP của chúng ta.
On the stage, there are so many memorable memories here. Again, please, congratulations to Wasana from Buriram United Esports for becoming the MVP of this tournament.
Và xin được trân trọng cảm ơn ông Mai Bá Hùng và ông Heron Theo. Hay ông có thể quay trở lại vị trí để tiếp tục theo dõi chương trình. Xin được trân trọng cảm ơn.
Thank you, Mr. Mai Bảo Hùng and Mr. Harold Thiel.
Và quý vị thân mến, trên sân khấu lúc này là những nhà vô địch của chúng ta. Đó chính là Team Falcons.
Let me introduce again Team Falcons, the champion of Free Fire World Series SEA 2024 Spring Grand Finals. Congratulations.
Và trong khoảnh khắc vô cùng tự hào này, chúng tôi muốn được lắng nghe cảm xúc của các nhà vô địch của chúng ta.
So, hello everybody. how is your feeling right now, our champions?
ตอนนี้รู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะบอกกับคนดูได้เลยค่ะ
รู้สึกดีใจมากครับก่อนอื่นก็ต้องขอบคุณน้องๆก่อนเลยนะฮะที่อดทนกันมาถึงตรงนี้ได้นะครับขอบคุณมากๆจริงๆนะครับก็ดีใจมากๆครับเป็นการปลดล็อกครั้งแรกของเรานะฮะเป็นแชมป์แรกครับผมก็ขอบคุณแฟนๆที่ติดตามคอยเชียร์เรามาตลอดครับก็รายการน่าจะทำให้ดีที่สุดแล้วก็จะไม่ทำให้แฟนๆผิดหวังครับ
First of all, I feel very happy. I would like to thank my teams, my teammates, the player parents that keep supporting us, and the fans from the home that keep supporting us for a long time ago. This is our first champion, so I feel like my achievement unlocked. So I would like to thank you to everybody, and I will do our best for the upcoming Free Fire Esports World Cup.
Đầu tiên chúng tôi muốn gửi lời cảm ơn và biết ơn đến tất cả những người hâm mộ và đặc biệt là gia đình của chúng tôi vì đã luôn bên cạnh chúng tôi để chúng tôi có thể thực hiện giấc mơ này. Và tuy đây là chiến thắng đầu tiên của chúng tôi thôi nhưng chúng tôi sẽ chiến đấu hết mình để tỏa sáng tại vòng chung kết sắp tới ạ. Một tràng pháo tay cho những nhà vô địch của chúng ta được không nào? Và các bạn thân mến, các bạn hãy tiếp tục tận hưởng khoảnh khắc chiến thắng này vì các bạn vô cùng xứng đáng với tất cả những điều tuyệt vời nhất vì các bạn là những chiến binh dũng mạnh nhất của chúng ta trong trận chung kết này.
Congratulations. So one more question, please. You guys will have the ticket to the EWC. What is your next plan?
เขาขอแสดงความยินดีอีกครั้งที่เราได้ตั๋วไปที่ Esports World Cup เรามีแผนขั้นต่อไปยังไงคะ
ครับแน่นอนฮะสังกัดเราเป็นสังกัดของประเทศซาอุดิอาระเบียนะครับแล้ว Esports World Cup เนี่ยจัดที่ประเทศซาอุดินะฮะก็แฟนๆของทีมฟาลคอนรอเชียร์พวกเราได้เลยพวกเราทำเต็มที่แน่นอนครับ
Of course, Esports World Cup will be hosted at Saudi Arabia, and Team Falcon is under the Esports Club from Saudi Arabia. So for our fans in Saudi Arabia, please welcome us. We will do our best in Esports World Cup.
Và như tất cả quý vị cũng biết là vòng chung kết sắp tới sẽ được tổ chức tại Ả Rập Xê Út và chúng tôi rất mong rằng tất cả các fan của chúng tôi ở Ả Rập Xê Út cũng sẽ đồng hành cùng với chúng tôi và cổ vũ chúng tôi để chúng tôi sẽ tiếp tục là những chiến binh dũng mạnh nhất tại vòng chung kết World Cup ạ.
Chính xác là như vậy ạ. Mục tiêu của họ vô cùng lớn lao bởi vì sắp tới sẽ có một giải đấu cực kỳ lớn ở Ả Rập, đó chính là Esports World Cup và họ đã nhắm ngay đến là chức là vô địch ở vòng chung kết rồi. Thực sự thì bản thân mình cũng đã theo dõi tất cả các đội ở đây trong vòng bảng đến tận bây giờ và được chứng kiến Team Falcons được đặt chân lên đây và giành lấy chiếc vô địch thực sự là một điều vô cùng có ý nghĩa với mình. Again, congratulations. So, in your team, one more. He knows how to speak Vietnamese, right? Can you say something to the Vietnamese audience, please?
เนื่องจากก็เห็นว่าวันมอพูดภาษาเวียดนามได้อยากให้วันมอลองพูดภาษาเวียดนามให้หน่อยค่ะ
Mọi người có thể nói một câu tiếng Việt để gửi tặng cho tất cả quý vị khán giả trong khán phòng ngày hôm nay không ạ?
Anh em ơi, cảm ơn.
Không thể đáng yêu hơn. Một tràng pháo tay lớn hơn nữa để chúc mừng cho các nhà vô địch của chúng ta đến từ Team Falcons. We love you a lot and congratulations. Và quý vị thân mến, ngay giờ phút này Quỳnh Anh và Tuấn Đà xin được phép kết nối với các bình luận viên thân yêu của chúng ta.
Thank you so much for sharing this moment with us, all of my beloved viewers. And now, let's return back to the casters.
Your fire, your honor, Team Falcons believe that in their hearts and they are now your champions. The biggest win for the organization since the inception of this squad many years ago in the Free Fire Esports League since 2020 SC Triple G all the way up until now. they have never won a title like this. The moment Team Falcons stepped on in, Falcons Esports backed them up with enough motivation for these boys to go all out to show exactly what they're capable of. After flying under the radar, after coming back from a 2-week break in the knockout stage, to being your champions here at the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Spring 2024, we all bow down to Team Falcons.
Yeah, it should have been a relief right now for Team Falcons, because overall, knockout stage, even point rush, they always end up second. And from the storyline that you did mention, you don't want to be second place once again. That was a long story overall. This time, they are now the kings. They are now the champions, and they are taking it to another level.
Absolutely, and these are the 9 teams that have been invited over to the Esports World Cup for Free Fire happening in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. And 9 teams, because Reverse Red are already part of the competition as the brand Twisted Minds. That's the one they will be representing later on at the Esports World Cup. So Team Falcons, P Esports, Buriram United Esports, EVOS Divine, Stalwart Esports, Onyx Olympus, Indostars, and RRQ Kazu joined Reverse Red to represent the world of Free Fire at Riyadh.
And the journey has been long for these teams, but the journey is not over. More levels of competition, more levels of Free Fire is at stake, and more tougher teams will be going between them, and a chance to grab another way to move up into the competitive scene. Let's take a look at the overall standings, how they grab their position, their place in that Esports World Cup, and PE Sports going in second. Undoubtedly, really a turnaround that we love for this team.
$40,000 earned by PE Sports, and they have beaten the performance of the Kings of Booyah themselves, Buriram United Esports. This is such a huge victory for Vietnam. They should be proud of themselves. Nobody would have ever thought Vietnam would be capable of such a performance. PE Sports have truly outdone any other Vietnamese squad that we have ever seen out here on a stage like this. EVOS Divine, they managed to grab 3 Booyahs, and yet this has been proven that Booyahs alone are not enough to climb the overall leaderboard. We had the 16 points picked up by Buriram United from Point Rush, 16 in total, getting the #1 spot 2 days back to back. But even that was not enough to undo PE Sports and Falcon and their efforts today.
I love the journey of Onyx Olympus, coming from the last place in knockout stage, proving that they are growing stronger day after day. And even in the point rush, we've seen great stride being done by this team. But for the final match, Reverse Red, they have shown a lot in terms of aggression. They have shown a lot in terms of elimination. And this time, they grab that Booyah with 15 points, or with that points on the #1, and the 3rd place Booyah will be taken by EVOS Divine, and that is a Team Falcons. That's coming from game number 4, AJ.
Absolutely, man. This game number 4, where EVOS Divine hit that Booyah, we were all shell-shocked. We were wondering what was happening on the overall leaderboard, but the production team hid it away from us. But good on you guys. It was a brilliant surprise. It was a beautiful one towards the very end. And you can see EVOS Divine was not really hitting hard. Only 5 eliminations. So this really affected their climb on the overall leaderboard. But Team Falcons, even though they could not reach the Booyah for themselves, they made sure to maintain their consistency with the eliminations. And then we had Buriram hit very hard right back, managing to swoop in to that #1 spot with 16 eliminations strong, but only the 7th rank for a total of 23 points. Stalwart was right behind them, and guess what? EVOS Divine once again with that back-to-back Booyah, managing to grab 8 eliminations at that point, only for 20 overall points, allowing the 2 Thai teams to overtake them. Reverse Red managed to get the 19, but Team Falcons only got 16. So they really knew that if anything, they must bet their lives on the final game that we had to go into.
Yeah, I mean, they have done so much already in the beginning of this game, plus the addition of the head start point. But this is where they sealed the deal, grabbing that Booyah, even a few more in elimination, 22 points in total as they receive the championship win. in this battle. Onyx Olympus also grab a few more compared to what we've seen them from before. 19 in total with 10 elimination. Tying it up in elimination would be PE Sports, the team that I would say would be the favorite of everyone, not just for those in their home ground, because of how well they perform all throughout, maintaining their composure towards the end.
And of course, that also makes PE Sports the biggest winners here, because this is the biggest prize they have ever taken in their history of participation in Free Fire Esports. They must truly be proud of themselves. And of course, who can forget our MVP that dominated game after game after game, the highest eliminator, the apex predator of our competition, the one and only Wasana from Buriram United Esports.
Only player that could have and can do 300 plus on elimination, and that is just because this team, as well as the rest of the players from Buriram United, has done so much, just alternating an MVP, but Wasana has taken so much, and that is just about it, AJ. For 3 long months, we have been waiting for this day, and for a few more hours, it has been over. We crowned the champions, which is Team Falcons. I love to see how they go in the next run.
I mean, for both Team Falcons and PE Sports, this is a fresh new start. This is a brand new journey that they get to go upon. And PE, I hope this gives them a real big confidence boost. Vietnam has always been seen as the weakest region when you compare them to the rest within Southeast Asia as far as Free Fire is concerned. And PE Sports has broken that perception today here with their tremendous performance, even outdoing the performance of the Kings of Buriram themselves, outdoing the Indonesians, outdoing the Malaysian team of Expand as well. But on that note, props to Indonesia. They brought 4 teams into the competition, and all 4 teams have qualified for the Esports World Cup. That's insane.
That's insane. I'm going to go in interview of the champions. Let's listen to
ว่าทีม
this.
ผมสามารถแชมป์ได้ครับ ก็ผมมั่นใจในผู้เล่นชุดนี้มากครับ พวกเราจะเอาแชมป์ไปให้ได้ครับ ก็การที่เราได้แชมป์ครั้งนี้ก็น่าจะมีผลในการที่เรากระหายในชัยชนะมากขึ้นครับทำให้เราพัฒนาตัวเองอยู่เรื่อยๆครับก็เหตุผลที่ทำให้พวกผมเป็นแชมป์ก็น่าจะเป็นความที่เล่นเข้าใจกันมากกว่าครับเราเล่นกันมานานนะครับผมคิดว่าเงินรางวัลที่ได้มาผมก็น่าจะเก็บไว้ก่อนครับเดี๋ยวในอนาคตมีอะไรที่ต้องใช้ก็ต้องเครดิตครั้งนี้ก็น่าจะเป็นพี่เน่งครับที่ทำงานหนักแล้วก็ทำแผนหลายๆอย่างทำให้เราแบบไม่หยุดพัฒนาตัวเองแล้วก็เพื่อนร่วมทีมทั้งหมดครับที่ตั้งใจเล่นและสู้ไปด้วยกันครับอยากฝากถึงเพื่อนร่วมทีมครับเราเต็มที่มาเพื่อได้แชมป์ในวันนี้ก็สมหวังแล้วเพื่อนแล้วก็ฝากถึงแฟนๆครับขอบคุณที่ให้กำลังใจกันมาตลอดครับพวกเราทำได้แล้วครับก็เป้าหมายต่อไปก็ผมอยากได้แชมป์ World Cup ครับผมอยากเป็นที่ 1ของโลกครับ